Okay, so today is the 31st of May, May and Friday, and we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully we can get to it. We probably can't. Today we're going to start off with Lie Detector Day, and or maybe we're going to pick apart a conversation so that you can understand the dynamics of the situation and the people in the situation based on common sense and human behavior, something that I see all day and night from person to person. If you're, I don't want to say analyzing people, but people come in your life that are shady or aren't kosher, you tend to turn into a human lie detector, and since everyone is conspiring together to try to lock me away and force me into mental institutions since 5 years old and things like this, you start to pick up and learn how people operate on a very minute, keen level that most people don't actually sit there and analyze because they don't want you to have a normal, decent life. And the more you try to get away from it or live your life or explain situations, they try to skate around the issue this way or that way in the name of control, or you do what we tell you or else. And for me, or else is you do what we say or you're a dead man, leaving you zero middle ground. So today we are going to pick apart. I went to court on a progress hearing on the it was last week. It was the 23rd, and they're big on the number 23 for some reason. And I don't want to go into the details and dynamics of their freaky operations with that, but so they like to use numerology to hint to try to flip me out and make me look crazy and things like this. And so the 23rd, and it was a progress hearing, and on the court computers it said progress hearing, but they slipped in the whole thing, which we've talked with Seymour Amster, or we've talked about on the previous videos, about lead officer Sean Dinsey working with Starbucks, claiming that I supposedly threatened to kill all Starbucks customers, bringing in possibly FBI. I don't know if they're really FBI or not, but trying to at least thug me quiet. And on that note, I have been on the phone with the FBI way before this a million times. But showing that Dinsey will do anything, not only to try to win his city council elections come the 4th, June 4th, but also, and silence me, but also, we don't want you at any coffee shop in the world, but we're going to try to make it Kevin's obsessed with Starbucks. Fabricating these things to just hunt me at every location in the world, especially coffee shops. And then when Dinsey doesn't get his way after fabricating the first set of lies, actually the second, 2013, Dinsey and Jensen, we were arresting Kevin on sitting on the sidewalk misdemeanors and throwing in all these fake charges like Kevin batteried someone by throwing a card at them, which, even if that were to be true, I mean, what are you going to say in front of a jury? He tried to kill that guy by throwing a piece of paper, right? And so you understand the level of desperation with Topanga Division LAPD, but remember, this is worldwide. Police departments connected with security companies and worldwide citizens. Hence, and they refused to give me the paperwork, the discovery and arrest reports and all that for the 2013 because you can see what's really going on. Hence, Dinsey then arresting me in 2000, end of 16 or 7, beginning of 17, with paying off Terrence Scroggins, which we've talked a little about, and Bailey Bernard, and all these charges that they're reversing on me after they stalk and hunt me to cover up, to try to silence me and lock me away or eradicate me or incarcerate me for life for the information that I know. Also with policeabuse.com, Kamau Diop, Sergeant Don. He actually, I don't know, he has different names, but...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In 2016 or 17, when he arrested you, what was that?
Okay, Sergeant Don Jackson, which goes by Kamau Diop, from the LAPD, ex-LAPD. Sorry, okay, so...
I'm sorry, I didn't
the charges?
Well, because Dinsey arrested you in 2016. 2013.
A
for
4-2
that, and then 2016 or 17.
Yeah, and keep in mind, lawyer Jonathan Franklin tells me in 2013, I don't want to get a cop fired, and then I end up paying off PIs with him that are screwing me over. I mean, what kind of lawyer?
Right.
I don't want to get a cop fired. I mean, hey, cops hunt you down. That's the entire. What's the point of the judicial system?
Right.
Hey, I don't want to get a cop fired if he's hunting you down to kill you because Oh wait, isn't there a reason we have defense attorneys to
Right.
pay them to
Protect.
protect you and defend you, not help the prosecutor and cop?
Right.
Right. Okay. So, did you ask me what the charges were
In 2016 or 17?
422 criminal threat, reversed. Terrence Stragas kept stalking and hunting and threatening to do this and that. And I just basically said, leave me the fuck alone or else, right?
Was outside your house a little
He was
bit?
outside. He was on my property, throwing things all over the property with the cops were trying to cover up. He was basically, as they're hacking firewall with these groups, going, what does this guy do all day? Trying to get that information. As you've seen, my father and the police tried to break in my house 6 times during this period.
Yeah.
If you don't think that's connected from a guy going, what does this guy do all day?
Right.
We're telling him he's not allowed to leave his house with psychologists or psychiatrists. That's kind of a problem for me. And a battery charge from Bailey Bernard, which actually has followed me home, assault batteried me.
Have you told me about that?
I don't know. There's so much. I mean, I can just rattle off so many things. They're trying to say, well, you keep passing out cards all day, so you're a public nuisance, turning it into a litter charge, like the ultimate litter charge. You're a litterer, so we have to put you to the gas chamber, right? I even have some recordings like, you're a litterer, you're a litter bug. It's like, but they won't stop stalking me in worldwide groups, right? They won't simply say, Kevin, this is what's going on, and this is what you're accused of, and is this true or is it not? Because remember, all these accusations in the thousands since 5 years old to the world, propaganda, there's no argument about it. It's just, you're a monster and you need to die and you know what you did, right? That's why we have judicial systems. If you supposedly killed someone, there's a body, there's DNA, there's a crime scene, and then there's enough to say you go into a courtroom, and then people worldwide, because it's on the news, go, you were at the scene and your DNA matches, and so I think you did it. But how many people on this planet that when you were 5 years old, you committed the farter crime in the crib, and so we have a worldwide campaign to kill you, but we're not going to tell you exactly what you did because you know what you did at 5 years old.
Right.
And it's worldwide. But you're imagining it, but you're not imagining it. Nothing has to do with anything but people in the psychology community and government on kill operations or to get what they want on something beyond a level of demented. It has nothing to do with me doing anything wrong,
Right.
unless you're saying my breathing is a crime, just like Adolf Hitler would say. Okay, so,
Can I ask you something?
Uh-huh.
Bailey Bernard, I didn't know that. She followed you home.
He.
You said-
She.
I've always
Whatever.
thought
Yeah.
Bailey Bernard was a woman.
Bailey?
Bailey.
Oh yeah, I guess Bailey could be a
Yeah.
girl. No, he.
Oh, sorry. This whole time.
He's also a skinhead like the other guys.
Okay.
He followed me home. I don't want to we have so much to talk about.
okay.
He followed me home. He played this game like, why do you pass out cards thing, as if he doesn't know.
Mhm.
I said, I don't remember. I had to talk like, look, if I start talking about it, you're going to just cut me off and this and that. And he said, okay, well then, talk. And I started to talk. And instantly when I started to point, look, do you see these cards? And no. And he cuts me off. And then he starts yelling at me, you're crazy, you're a paranoid schizo, you're this. He puts his shoulder into my shoulder as I'm trying to walk away from him.
Okay.
And he's holding his camera up to my face, screaming at the top of his lungs, why do you do this? Why do you do this? You're this, you're that, blah, blah, blah. And that's assault right there. And he's following me for like 30, 40, 50 feet as I'm trying to walk away with his shoulder in mine.
Right.
Okay, he's already
So, that's
gotten
what-
past the I've touched you and I'm assaulting you.
Yeah.
Now, as we get to my house, he says, is that your gate? I said, yeah, you know where I live with the rest of the world,
Mhm.
right? And he plays a game like, I don't know you, whatever. And he props his body up against the gate. So now he's pretty much threatening my life, whether he's touching me or not.
He would
Okay?
let you into your home.
Yeah, you're not allowed to get away from me. So then I go to put the keys in, and he slaps the keys out of my hand. Okay, now he's hit me.
Right.
So now I throw a punch, and we get another thing, blah, blah, blah. Cops don't care. Did you touch him, Kevin? Did you touch him? Oh, Kevin touched Bailey. He battered him, and we were going to court, and the entire jury was paid off. Seymour wouldn't show anything, any pictures of the jury. The jury people are like, why isn't he showing us the pictures? The only picture, like I had like bruises all over and like cuts all over, and the only thing the jury had is this tiny little thing on the knee, like this tiny little, like if your cat went like this, you would have more, but I mean, even if I was guilty, I mean, she would be like, you know, what the hell? You know, the guy's not even hurt, right? It's like...
That's crazy. Because he started up, they didn't show, like, what
and then, yeah, of course, then I call the police first. They leave everything out. And my attorney could have defended me with all these things, but, you know...
There's physical
but it never...
evidence of that as well. Like, on you, like, you were physically harmed. Like, it's all over
Yeah.
you. You know?
Oh, and then, of course, the prosecutor... I do a slip-up in court and say, well, did you report it right after? Not, okay, listen, there's a million things going on.
You called right away.
So I think I called right away, but then I drove down to the police. Oh yeah, that's a good point, because she left that out, I think. Oh yeah, I didn't even pick up on that. I called on the phone instantly.
Right, so you did.
And then I drove down to the police station. They said, well, you drove down to the police station and came out, so that this looks like it's from something else, right? It's pure absurdity, right?
You called them right away.
Yeah, but they left that. Oh, and when I went in the police station, they said call and retract it into Fangative. Yeah, because they don't want anything on record and things like that. Even though there is no real retraction.
Right.
It's on phone record.
Right.
There's no retraction. There's no such thing. It's recorded on police computers.
Right.
You can't retract a recording that's...
No.
So actually, even more so, they have proof of Topanga manipulating me into a situation when I'm not focused and things like that. Right?
Well, of course they're not. This just occurred. And did they come there? Or did you drive to the police station? Did the cops come?
I drove because he was waiting. You don't wait around, okay? And the cop and Topanga tries to go, well, why don't you wait for us? Hey, we have a guy that followed me home and he attacked me. So I should sit there and eat pizza with him?
No.
Right, okay. They leave out everything out of context. And
right. It wasn't safe for you to
no.
stay. You know? Like,
yeah. And then you have to question them what... I already knew he was, just like you've seen the other guys on video. Yeah. And the cops flat out on video saying, well, we're not obligated to help you, we're not going to help you. Right? So knowing that beforehand, now you're going to wait around a guy with intentionally setting you up? Well, what's his motive? He's obviously working with the cops. So now he wants the cops to come out, which aren't going to help you.
Right.
Because you already know that. Because you've dealt with this for 18 years prior, right?
Right.
You've been in 1,000 times. Here's hard drives of me being attacked. Here's photos of bruises. Here's Jean-Paul Naranjo in 2012 punching me in the back of the head 7 times. We don't care. It's your fault because they don't want you at any coffee shop in the world. But well, what about the argument of they're not allowed to tell me I'm not allowed at any coffee shop in the world?
Right. Or the fact that like you were assaulted and like who cares about being at a coffee shop? Like,
and their game is, oh, well, he's a troll. He's making us do it. He's making these hundreds of thousands of people per day when they see me honk their car, park their cars backwards in twos or honk their horns. I've never seen these people. How am I making them do it? Right. Oh, well, because when you're 5 years old, your armpit smells. So you're making us do it. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Not at all.
Okay, so you're derailing me
that's
from.
Important though for.
Well, it's all important, and that's why we need to spend more time on camera. But this is the most important thing right now. So we went to court. You got a teensy-tiny bit overview of a situation. It's just going to expand into 42 years. What I'm talking about with Brittany is going to expand into 42 years of daily things like what we've talked about now, which aren't going to make sense. So there's no point is obsessing on Bailey Bernard because I'm just going to obsess, and I don't want to say the word obsess is, it's not obsessing, but go into the minute details of these situations that they don't want me talking about, which are all important. Trust me, that's why my website exists. But right now, them trying to lock me away and stop me from talking about this, the proof of what the judicial system is doing to stop them, so then I can talk about it. Okay, so what we're going to do is I went to court. The prosecutor Karen T. Phillips, also the same name as Karen Eshigan, the therapist who didn't want me talking with my father and paying off the police and all these things, working with them. In order to silence me, Dinsey's most recent claims, I threatened to kill all Starbucks customers, trying to violate probation, to lock me away. We haven't listened to it, but the death or the threats with people working with my family from the Aleph Institute trying to force me to tell the judge I want to be in a mental institution. On their,
the one that I heard.
Yeah, you heard the recording. Remember, and she says they can either give you 3 to 7 years in jail for a probation violation, which probably wouldn't happen,
Right.
or you should go up beforehand and tell the judge that you want to be checked into a mental institution, and it's only for 6 months or something probably. Well, what's their motive? To force me into a mental institution, just like on Sean Dinsey's Facebook, how do we force people into mental institutions? Well, nobody runs around saying I'm trying to force people in mental institutions. You might as well say I'm trying to kill them, torture them, chop their limbs off. It doesn't matter, because that violates your freedoms and constitutional rights. You're a car mechanic for a live. That's what you do for a living, so you need to be forced into a mental institution. You're not Christian, so you need to be forced into a mental institution. Whatever, right? It doesn't.
Like, if it's to help somebody's safety, sure, okay, fine. But like what you're saying right now, what's happening?
Yeah, they're trying to cover it up by falsifying police discovery and then saying Kevin's a violent paranoid schizo,
right,
to force me into mental institutions. But we have to go to the source. What's it really about? Because at 29, I have my own company. I've never harmed one hair on anyone's head. I lived a very passive, friendly life, and at 29, met with Mike Huntley. Starting at 14, you're a dead man. We're going to rid you of the world with the police and government. Well, where does that? It's got to come from somewhere. So it's not about me. It's about someone else that doesn't like me, doesn't like what I do for a living, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, so now what we're going to do is after the courtroom, the prosecutor never files, according to I don't even know if they're supposed to, whatever that means. The prosecutor never brings it up in front of the judge, these false accusations, which is good.
Yeah.
But you have to sort of think about their reasoning,
or not.
blackmailing, thugging, right? We've written false information about you. You need to check in to a mental institution. Okay, comes the court date. Are they going to throw me in jail for try to get a probation violation, even though it's supposed to go to a probation hearing? Remember, I have video, which you've seen, of me walking into Starbucks, me not doing anything wrong.
No, not at all.
Although Seymour is trying to say it could be disturbing the peace.
You're just making normal conversation. You're very polite.
Well, I was talking to a camera and I was videoing what was going on. I sort of point the camera up briefly, but justified with, let's throw a number, 40 places in 3 days doing the same things to provoke me, all on video, proving a point and talking into the camera, and I'm in Starbucks less than a minute. Right? I mean, what's the argument? He's just, I'm not sitting in a coffee shop shooting blow darts at people or anything, right? Okay.
No, you're not like walking up to people holding a camera in their face.
Yeah.
Either. You're like,
Yeah.
you know.
And so within self-defense, once again, that's like holding a camera up and videoing Adolf Hitler putting bullet holes in 100 Jews in an hour, and then Adolf Hitler saying you commit a crime because you videoed me and whatever, right? Okay.
Right, you're just.
Yeah, so it's all turned around. Okay, so now we're going to pick apart. This is lie detector day or whatever. We're going to break apart my lawyer's personality, but more importantly, the situation that they're putting me in. And you can, not only is there a confession here of crimes with the judicial system on this audio, but we're also going to show you the motive. We're just going to break it down piece by piece and show you the motives and the agendas through this short conversation. And we're just going to pick it apart because these are conversations that lawyers normally wouldn't tell you, or they would say this is unacceptable, and I'm your defense attorney, and I'm here for you, and you paid me like $100,000, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that you're safe, and if cops are hunting you down, they're not going to have jobs or whatever, and that is a defense attorney's job, not, Kevin, you do what we say, and we're following you around, and you better not talk or we kill you. Things like that, whether they're direct, whether they're indirect, whether people from the Met complex surrounding my house, the Warner Center Met complex, come out with little cryptic blackmail messages that link up through people in the judicial system and possibly even my lawyer, showing it's all connected, are things that do not normally happen, showing what's going on. So let's start this, and we're just going to sort of pick it apart. Okay, so this is me coming out of the courtroom. We're in the waiting area.
What? What's your name supposed to show up? Brittany?
Yeah, so I was a little pissy. Brittany flaked on me. It was important. It was important for Brittany to show up because it shows in the courtroom, even though it seems superficial on the surface, it shows in the courtroom that someone's actually taken the time. That, yeah, I am on their side, right? It's not like, oh, he's going to a therapist and we're getting what he wants, but then the therapist shows up and it's kind of like, well, she's taking time to listen. She's obviously here showing support, right? Yeah, and so
August 12th. Is that?
So Karen's agreed that it's not a criminal offense. Okay. That it's potentially disturbing peace.
Okay, so he says Karen agrees. Karen watches the video.
Okay.
You've seen the video. Now remember, when I show Seymour the video, he's not concerned with the entire situation, which doesn't make any sense. Okay? Even though your defense attorney, this is why I'm picking this apart, even though your defense attorney can't bring in the information into the courtroom of the big picture, it's his job to know the situation so that he can defend you. If you can't take the time to understand the big picture, then you're not fighting a fight based on the actual situation. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Like, Adolf Hitler kills Jews, and did the bullet go in the head or did it not? Well, in order to have a good argument, a good, fair, decent argument in a defense, this guy shot a Nazi. Well, you shot a Nazi, you're a murderer. Well, wait, but the Nazi just killed, an hour before that, the Nazi killed 100 of my friends. And tried to kill you.
Yeah.
And I'm sure even if he didn't try to kill you, you would say that Nazis.
Right.
Okay, so the point is that if you take that out of the argument, you can't really bring all that into the courtroom. You can bring in small bits. But if you take out that entire argument, the entire story, the context is completely different, and it is your attorney's job to know this so that when he walks into the courtroom, he can bring in what's needed in your defense. Now, my attorney, from day one, with every other one lying in my face, going bye-bye, each and every one on the phone, saying we're going to rid you of the world and you're a dead man, and little cryptic messages, play this game. Well, we don't know what's going on, and Seymour's words was, you're never going to convince me to believe what Brittany has walked out of her office here in Thousand Oaks and noticed instantly, or on the very few, maybe 15 videos she's seen, every single one, she's like, I can't believe I'm seeing this, right? I mean, you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was a problem.
Yeah, so she's seen it instantly, goes, this is unacceptable. My own lawyer and every other lawyer paid off by Detective Angela Stewart or those working with them, the government, are playing this mind game. I don't see anything and you're crazy. And then we go to public places all over, way out of Woodland Hills area, way far away, and they're instantly happening within minutes. And I mean, just state for kind of the record. Yeah, you see it, right?
I've seen it several places.
Okay, so
it's hard to deny. Like, you're stating very clear cut facts. Like, do you see this? This is happening, and it's like, yes, how can you deny that? You know.
And so even if they push me to the point where I pulled out a freaking, not that it would happen, and it hasn't even come close to happening, but that's what Dincy's trying to make it look like. Even if I pulled out like Uzis and start blowing these people away in self-defense, it would still fit in the guidelines of a worldwide mobbing to kill someone in self-defense. Not that I would do that, but the point is that me passing out cards, which is harmless and passive and like beyond Gandhi, still he's a public nuisance. We gotta lock him in mental institutions. So the context, as we pick this apart, the lawyers, especially mine, refuse to bring in the truth of what's really going on in my defense to defend me, and that's why Seymour always gets mad when you bring in anything but the one thing at the moment. You know, the leaving out the whys, what's going on, are you being mobbed to death?
Context is very important.
Correct, especially in a courtroom and law and self-defense. And they want to make it look like I'm violent paranoid schizo that just walks up and hits people for no reason, things like that, right? And that's what they've been trying to do since 5. Okay, so it could be a public, what was it? No, disturbing the peace. I mean, yeah, bullshit.
Right.
They're disturbing my peace with worldwide support.
Doing
What?
What's your name supposed to show up?
Oh, let me change audio players so I can skip forward and backwards easily.
I would like you to think about residential rehab for 2 weeks.
We're not supposed to.
She really would like an out. I'm not doing it. Okay, so bottom line is this. So Karen's an example that is not a criminal threat. Okay. That is potentially disturbing the peace. As I analyzed it when we talked. She doesn't know if she's going to file or not. She kind of has no choice but to file it. She doesn't know what she wants to do. She really would like an out of not doing something, and when she brought up again residential. So
To bring in what?
residential. So
Like the area or?
no, residential rehab.
Oh, I don't know. Define. I don't know what that means.
And it kind of a little
Check. It's the
different.
same thing I've been forced into since 5 years old.
But the better deal that
I
I
don't know what that means.
so
To bring in what?
residential. So
Like the area or?
no, residential rehab.
Oh, I don't know. Define. I don't know what that means.
And it kind of a little
Check. It's the
different.
same thing I've been forced into since 5 years old.
But the better thing.
You can't really hear it there. You can hear it kind of. I don't know the speakers. She wants me. First, he says she wants an out. That's very important.
She wants a what?
Out.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah, did you hear that? We'll play it again. And then he says, cryptically, check you in a what the hell is a residential? She wants me to check into a residential treatment facility for 2 weeks.
For what did he say? Like what?
She wants an out. That's what he says. He says right there.
No, I know. I mean, like for what reason though? Like
She wants an out. There's no reason.
But like mental health or like substance, because there's so many different treatments.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but
it doesn't matter.
she states
I get it.
she wants an out. In other words, let me break it down, even though
I get it.
I'm not trying to rake on
I'm
you.
sorry. No, it's
Common sense. We fucked up. We want an out.
Yeah.
We want to cover it up. We want you to check into a mental institution for 2 weeks.
Right.
Nobody checks into a mental institution. Hey, this guy's a violent, paranoid schizo who's going to go out and buy 100,000 bazookas and kill all Starbucks customers. But we fucked up. It's not true. So we want you to check into a mental institution.
Right.
Why?
She wants an out.
Correct. Why else? They want on paperwork, on
That
court
you are
court transcripts, paperwork, that I'm
you're
crazy,
checking
that I
yourself
checked
into.
in. She wants an out. She wants to cover up what they've done to my life. Wait a minute. What is my defense attorney's job again? To help, to be a prosecutor, to help prosecutors destroy people's lives? Right? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're breaking this down so you can really, based on proof and fact, not just
Right.
hearsay, blah, blah, blah.
You're hearing it firsthand, yeah.
That is an audio recording of Seymour Amster. The prosecuting attorney, Karen T. Phillips, fucked up. She wants an out. How does she get out of this? Will you do this for me? Hey, will you be my buddy? Will you just check into a mental illness facility and we can sweep this under the rug?
But then it's a little, yeah.
What about my life? What about my importance? What about me being able to go around and get jobs and have friends, relationships, families, kids, whatever?
Right.
Why is that not important? Why is a corrupt criminal like Karen T. Phillips, who knew what was going on before even being hired,
She's the prosecutor.
deserve to have a good life? The prosecuting attorney, city attorney. Why does she deserve to have a good life, but I don't?
Right.
And she wants an out, so I have to sacrifice my life for her, who has done horrific, unspeakable, or aided and abetted horrific, unspeakable, mass, worldwide, genocide-level crimes against one person, even though that sounds weird. A planet full of people trying to torture one guy all day and night, 24/7. Starting at 5, but really gets bad at 18 when I start to find out what's going on, and it's you don't talk or we kill you.
At 29?
At 29.
Sorry.
For 18 years,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. You said at 18. I was like,
No, 29 for 18
Okay.
years. I'm now 47.
Okay. No, that's
But she
yeah.
deserves to have a good life, so I should check into a mental institution. And my attorney can't say this is fucking wrong, and I support you, and anything Kevin did was in self-defense, and he simply passed out cards and people got mad.
Right.
He passed out cards. He told people that this is the truth and please leave him alone. So he needs to get checked into, incarcerated for life, as they've told me on previous recordings, and I need to be incarcerated for life for passing out cards saying I'm being hunted by mass groups and mobbed to death. She wants an out, so does she deserve an out? What in your opinion, what would you think, and if you don't want to answer this,
Okay.
what do you think she deserves, in your opinion?
Justice, like that the right
Like,
thing is done. Like you
Like
should
what
not
specifically?
cover for her.
Just I mean, obviously you can't literally answer it, but what do you feel? 50 years in
She
jail.
should not like okay. It should be acknowledged that she wants an out. Like she messed up and she was wrong or whatever.
Do you think
And
that
then
she has the right to be a lawyer, like disbarred,
Disbarred. Is she-
taking away her law license, disbarred?
Sorry, elaborate for this.
The bar. When you
No, I
want to
know.
become a lawyer, you pass the bar. You have to take a test to pass the bar, and if you take away the bar, you're not allowed to practice as a lawyer anymore.
Right.
You think that she should take
Unethical.
the bar should say you are not a legit person. You should be nowhere near law and probably be thrown in jail for like 50 years or something.
Completely unethical. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And
the
what do
less
you
trying
feel?
to-
Yeah. Or do you
Yeah.
think she should be bought a Ferrari and a Lamborghini?
Oh, no,
and a
no. I don't think she should be rewarded. But
Okay,
it's
so
So no, I think that the consequences should fit. Like
yeah,
what was
and
done.
the crime is a worldwide campaign to kill one guy or
Right.
rid him of the world. And she said, "I'm part of helping them."
And then wants you to like have her back.
And yeah, then have my back. I fucked up. Have my wait a minute, you fucked up. That's not the type of fuck up, okay?
She wants an out. Yeah, just like no, and that's exactly what they were asking you to do in the first place. is go
Correct.
in there and say, okay, please check me into this place.
Correct. And Seymour trying to make me crazy by making it look like I want to go up on the stand and things like this. Right?
It's just, and so it comes back to the same thing. so she wants you to consider checking yourself into a mental institution or whatever you said, a residential facility or something, and that's like where they all started. Like,
yeah, that's where it starts at 5 years old. Yeah.
Well, even just this situation too. They're like, how about before anything is said, you just go in and say you want to be checked into
a mental institution.
Yeah.
Why?
And then it comes back to it at the end.
Yeah, and so it all comes down to we own you. You're crazy. We own you. Does that make sense?
No
You do.
what.
We want to tarnish your reputation so that we can. Example: girl, you date a girl. She bruises herself in the face. She calls the cops. The cops arrest her. This has actually supposedly happened with Janet, my father's wife. We spoke about in the last thing. I don't know if it really happened because I wasn't there. And picking my father up to jail, he was magically bailed out by Janet right before. Just things that didn't make any sense. So I don't think it really happened. But she bruises herself, calls the cops. Oh, look what he did to me. They arrest my father, and then she says, okay, he can come back if he's a good guy. You know, like, control based on, I'm going to tarnish your name, I'm going to label you this. Now, you can come back, but you better do what I say. Right?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I see that.
Right. I mean, so that's where all these mental illness labels start with my family. My mother feeling like she loses control over things that don't matter, and she uses her psychology degree. Kevin's a violent paranoid schizo. He needs to be watched, and then it somehow goes up straight to the top of NSA because she's insane, right? But I mean, sorry, Mom, but you know.
No, I mean, it's okay. Like, we spoke with your mom too.
Yeah, and you saw the fragmented. It's okay. I'm neutral while these people are trying to hunt you and kill you, and
and there is no neutral there.
yeah, it's like you've abandoned me to die, right? Right. And I'm on your side, but blood's coming out of your mouth, blood's coming out of your eyes, and I could instantly help you, but I'm neutral. So are you really on my side because you could help save my life? And you love me, but you're not going to help save my life. So do you really love me? Are you really on my side? Because I can't tell you how many bar fights I jumped in the middle of, or people in front of coffee shops or public places. Please call 911 for me. I think I'm having a heart attack, and me picking up my phone. I didn't sit there, just die. I don't have the time because I'm neutral, right?
You did ask you help. Like way back when you were young, like you jumped in the middle. So
yeah, Greg Waugh, jumping in front of the crowbar, and everyone's mad at me for that, which that's something I don't think we're going to have time to. I wanted to expand on that later, but okay, so now let's proceed.
Today, but I didn't get the last time. She kind of wants it out.
That makes sense. You don't want to be stuck in this insane thing.
Okay.
So I say that makes sense. She wants it out. She's stuck in this insane thing. But that still doesn't. What's the word I'm looking for? She's made her decisions. I've now spent, 2.5 years being tortured by the judicial system, aside from being tortured by mass groups working with them outside of the court, right? I mean, she made her decision. She gets to go home, eat her little warm food, and sit in a cozy house with a big jacuzzi and pool or whatever. She made her decision. I have to run around fighting off 100,000 to 1 million people per day saying, stop, this needs to stop, right? She made her decision.
I did hear him say she had lots of power.
Yeah, and she could still throw me in jail or whatever, and this and that. That's why this is so important. This gets to the public. But morally, she was paid off to come in and thug me and do these things. That's the bottom line. She's like the heavy hitter that they paid off from Pasadena. Moved here from Pasadena. Right before, months before they passed the 2017 bill about not being allowed to own firearms.
Really?
If you're convicted.
Convicted of any crime or
Even a misdemeanor that I got convicted of. Does that seem kind of interesting with all the gun things? Just put a mental note up there.
Yeah, I thought it was only film.
It probably was.
And then
they just recently passed. You get it? You see a motive?
Think about residential rehab for 2 weeks.
If there's something to get it on right.
You're always going to be labeled as a mental person. Okay? It's in the government records already.
It's more than that.
What do you mean it's in the government records?
Okay, this is important.
Can you rewind it?
Yeah.
So I can hear it again?
This is the most important thing. He right there, and we're going to remind a second. You're in the government records with a mental illness label. He also, and it's hard to hear because I cut him off, he starts to say, I think, you're in the CIA's records or something like that, but I cut him off. But I don't think the CIA has anything to do with psychology or mental illness, but that's sort of what, and we're going to rewind it, because he says, you're always going to be labeled as mental illness. And this is to the world, not just a few idiots in the judicial system. The world, it's in the government records, yet I've never had an actual real analysis based on anything.
You've never had someone give you specific diagnosis.
Correct. It's not like the movie Split where I'm talking to a therapist about all these different personalities are coming out and they're filing me with the government. They labeled me somewhere at 5 years old based on just the family saying whatever they want to say. Well, that's not ethical.
No.
You don't get psychological. If your mommy says my son is a violent paranoid schizo, that's not an ethical label. It's not based on anything. It's not based on a crime. I didn't go to juvie.
No,
I lived a very warm, fuzzy life. So I thought.
Very successful, and you've done a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, and to be diagnosed, you have to have assessments. You have to be diagnosed by somebody who is able to do that.
Yeah.
Legally, ethically,
Yeah.
all these things. And so you've never ever had someone
Legit.
Yeah.
You know.
I know people have thrown out all types.
Sure,
of
but people
stuff,
do that all day and night. I mean, some girl screws a lot and she starts to make porn and they go, that girl's crazy and she's a nympho. But does that put her in a government system of we're watching you and we're going to rid you of the world? No. And as a matter of fact, I've never even heard of a government system watch list based on crazies. Hey, you're on a crazy watch list.
No.
Never heard of it, but yet it's actually going on for me. But there's no such thing that other than what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like...
No, what he said, okay, yeah.
We're gonna go back. Okay.
They're still trying to get it on record.
Okay, so I say they're just trying to get it on record that they're trying to check me into a mental institution,
Okay.
showing what? Showing that
Admission.
Karen wants an out,
Right.
so they want me to sacrifice my life and my reputation and say I'm crazy because Karen wants an out. Okay, now we're gonna proceed.
You're always going to be labeled as a mental person. Okay? It's in the government records already.
It's more than that. What do you mean it's in the government records?
Right there, you can't hear it, it's so muddled. First he says you're always going to be labeled. It's in the government records.
It's in government records.
So now, because I'm always going to be labeled, I should just throw in the towel and check into a mental institution for 2 weeks.
Right.
But wait, hold on. If it's in the government record already, then why do I need to check into a mental institution and get it on the court transcripts for Karen to have an out?
Right.
Does that you see the manipulation, the reverse psychology?
Yeah, he's like, well, you're already labeled this way.
You're already labeled crazy,
know.
so get it on record that you're going into a mental institution. But if I'm already labeled as crazy,
Well, then it's your acknowledgement of
then
that.
why does it matter?
They want you to admit to that. It seems like, right?
Correct. Or they don't want me to admit to it. They want on paper,
right. That's
on a
what I
paper
mean.
trail.
Yeah. If you're saying
If I'm already, they want an official record that's Kevin crazy and went in.
He says he is or whatever.
Correct. And I don't know if I said it yet. I say unofficial. Okay, here, let's.
Yeah, no, I
You're always going to be labeled as a mental person. Okay? It's in the government records already.
It's more than that. What do you mean it's in the government records? That's unofficial, man. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
So he says it's in the CIA. I think it's very unclear. It's in the CIA, and I'm talking fast because I know they're full they're manipulating me, and I cut him off, and I should have let him talk because I actually texted him, "Can you expand on this?" And he won't get back to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, It's in the CIA, which I don't think that's what the CIA does. But
is that what he said? Because I could kind of hear, but kind of not. Just
well, I cut him off. He goes, "It's in the CIA," and I go, "It's more than that." So I don't let him finish because we're both anxieties high on me.
Yeah.
But I say it's an unofficial record, which obviously is the case. If every person I'm in contact with is going ballistic on me, he's crazy, and we need to rid him of the world, which goes against our entire Constitution of the United States.
Did Seymour ever say that it's an official record in the government already?
This is the first time he's ever talked at this level.
But is it like officially documented and all this stuff?
Well, I say unofficial,
right.
and he says yes. Okay, do you understand?
I do.
It's like someone has a piece of paper somewhere going hunt down and kill Kevin, but it's not constitutional. Remember, we are all free people.
Right.
Until we commit a crime. We've already had similar conversations. There's no such thing as you're crazy, so you need to be put in a cage. Okay? The definition of crazy is different from everyone's perception. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if I have OCD or babble, 99 bottles of beer on the wall, whatever, all freaking day. It doesn't matter. The only reason people are locked away is if they're violent, a danger to themselves or others. We don't even use the word violent. That doesn't count. Danger to yourself or others. If you keep stabbing people, then you're arrested 10 times for stabbing people, and they go, we can't have this guy on the street because he stabbed 10 people. There's no such thing as I thinks. I thinks don't mean anything.
No, it's only if you're a danger to yourself or others.
I think you're a violent paranoid schizo, but you've never committed a crime, then you're a free man. You can go out and do whatever you want. So if there's an unofficial government record saying he's crazy, hunt them and lock them away, incarcerate them for life, that violates our entire Constitution, saying you're not a free man. Example, you're all free people except for you because you're black. You're all free people except for you because you're Jewish. You're all free people except for you because you're crazy. It's the same thing. If you have not committed the act in such a way,
right, it's wrong.
Correct.
You're being discriminated.
Okay, so what is this unofficial label? Well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you if Seymour's lying right there because he just wants to get on paper. Because when he says the CIA, I'm thinking, doesn't the CIA deal with like terrorist activity? And
I mean, I don't know what the CIA does.
Yeah,
exactly,
you know, it's like I can't tell you though, because whatever's happening is happening from government departments that are secret. Does that make sense? And the amount of recordings I have of the LAPD running around going, possible male mental illness, watch them, possible male mental illness.
Right.
It's something that actually seems newer and escalating with the psychology community trying to create a Nazi organization. They don't see it that way.
Right. It's just like, okay, so like you said, the only reason that anybody can be put anywhere, you know, against their will is like if they're harmed themselves or others or gravely disabled or commit a crime, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, gravely disabled is like, we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking gravely disabled, we're talking like catatonic,
like
and you can't lift food to your house. It's not about...
No, they rely on somebody else to survive. Basically, they can't take care of themselves.
And then the violent murderers like Pablo Escobar,
right,
they don't try to put Pablo Escobars in mental institutions. They try to put them in cages, jail cells their entire lives, because he's grabbed a machete and lopped off 1,000 people's heads, right? I mean, okay, so the things we're talking about are coming from just like some creative thinker with endless tyrant power.
Right, you're not a danger to yourself, you're not a danger to others.
And there's no crimes except for the recent fabricated charges.
Right, which she said she did not.
And they're all misdemeanors. They're not even felonies.
But she found you not a criminal threat, too.
She's talking about the probation violation.
Right, so she's saying that potentially disturbing the peace could still be a probation violation.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, they're trying to use every card. But there's sort of a flip side to the coin. Right? And obviously she sees that. And that's... whatever.
Yeah.
Remember, if there's a probation hearing, you don't know what a judge is going to say. He might go, I don't like Kevin Perlman, rid him of the world. But no matter how good he is. Let's say there's a probation hearing. Now the video's got to come out. The video has to come out. Now the argument is Starbucks has just claimed they made a criminal allegation on a enemy of the state level. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And supposedly an FBI agent showed up at my door. We don't know if it was really an FBI agent. Seymour says it was, but 90% of what Seymour says is lies.
It was 2 of them, right?
Yeah, 2 of them. Supposedly an FBI agent while they're trying to break in my house on one of the break-in attempts. So
Right.
were they really FBI? I doubt it. We have claims. Enemy of the state claims, like terrorist level
Right, like
claims.
you're gonna kill all these people.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, which is totally false.
Which are all trying to kill me, which is ironic. Trying to make me then look crazy. Then, enemy of the state level crimes. Starbucks employee paid off, or someone paid off, with lead officer Dincy, who has his neighborhood's murder groups, which he calls neighborhood, tries to cover it up as neighborhood watch groups, which actively hunt and stalk and try to set you up and eradicate you. Officer Toro, if you ever take a picture of a person, I'll exercise the law in my own way. Hunting me, that's not neighborhood watch groups, but that's what he covers, packages it as. And the people working with him with coffee shop employees worldwide, not just Starbucks, and restaurant, shopping mall, whatever, Uber drivers, make a claim, a flat out fictional lie that Kevin threatened to kill all Starbucks customers, supposedly with FBI involved. Think about this. Now we go into the courtroom. It's not even close to true. And it's on video. This never happened. This statement never happened. Not one person was threatened. Kevin just talked to the camera while proving. And when you saw the video, you saw not only walking into the Starbucks, but a good 20 or 30 people in the parking lot working on me, the honkings twice, the cars in twos, and me talking about all these things that Seymour doesn't want to acknowledge. And then I walk in, and the guy's doing the man tactic, which in those 3 days, something like 20 to 40 public locations, not just Starbucks. Each, when I bought something, said man in some context, like, hi man, how you doing, man? What's up, man? And me proving all these things, not just the man, but all the other things with it, on camera and talking into the camera as I leave. You threaten to kill all Starbucks customers, trying to make me the enemy of the state. Why do you think they said that?
Like you just said. I mean, that's ridiculous.
They want an out, like Karen? They want an out?
And Seymour and Deborah both acknowledged, like, I didn't hear that on the tape, like, you didn't say that, you know?
No, actually, if you listen that clearly, you'll watch, like we were talking about earlier. I don't want to see the whole thing. I don't know, just go when you walk into Starbucks. But the rest is important. He also plays a game where he says, oh, well, I didn't get it, or the volume didn't work. Remember that? So he surprise attacks me with Deborah, the psychologist Deborah, in his office. He, once again, leaves out the entire context and just wants the one incident, which is totally pointless because all he wants is something to use against me. He's doing the prosecutor's job. He's not doing the defense's job. He's doing the prosecutor's job. And here, when you're listening to this, he's also doing the prosecutor's job. She wants an out. Help her. He's not friends with the prosecutor. They're not supposed to be friends. I mean, they're going out and barbecuing tonight, and then I come into the courtroom and, just help Karen out here.
Right.
Help her out.
Yeah.
She's involved in a mass worldwide murder operation to torture and kill me in the most inhumane way known to man ever in the history of humanity. And she just wants an out? Why can't you say this is fucking unacceptable?
Right.
I mean, there is no argument. Is it okay to kill Jews? Is it okay to slice people's throats? Is it okay to shove cattle prods up people's asses every 5 minutes? Is it okay to do what Kevin Spacey did to the movie Seven? I think it was the sloth one where the guy's stuck in bed or whatever. Is that okay? So he just wants Kevin Spacey in the movie, even though we're talking fiction. Kevin Spacey in the movie Seven just wants an out?
No.
Right? Do you understand?
I do. No, it's
And should the guy who finally, after who knows how many years of being like that, if he actually gets just a little healthy, he goes, okay, you deserve an out. Right? I mean,
No.
right? Okay, so even though that's a movie, it's kind of an analogy to what we're talking about here
Yeah, absolutely.
on the magnitude. Now, my family would say, well, you just conform to media. Right? By trying to explain something in such a way that you could understand.
Right, you're giving examples.
Yeah, like parallels.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
The problem that I have is you're on probation. Okay? And the slightest thing can trigger that because I'm looking for compromise. Okay? So I'm doing it. I'm not forcing you. I'm not.
I know you're not. I understand what you're doing. But,
The problem that I have is you're on probation. Okay? And the slightest thing can trigger something because I'm looking for compromise. Okay? So I'm doing it. I'm not forcing you. I'm not.
Okay, so he's looking for a compromise.
right, that's what
But-
she said.
That doesn't, I mean, I understand if you're trying, but still, it's like,
Like the lesser of two evils or something. Like
yeah,
that.
they're doing these setups. They're doing these bait and switches or good cop, bad cop. He's working with the prosecutor. He's working with the cops. The cops are fabricating lies. And then, help me out here. I'm working with you. I'm looking for a compromise. Just check into a mental institution.
Right. So what is the other? If it's a compromise, then what is the alternative? You know what I mean?
Possibly go to jail.
Okay.
The
Still
whole
even-
concept is if you violate probation. Okay. First of all,
any
if you
probation
violate
violation.
okay, here's the scenario. If you violate probation, we could put you in jail, and the judge could be whatever. He could be like, I want you in there for 7 years. I want you in there for 30 days. They could be whatever.
Right.
You don't know. So you should check into a mental institution. Now remember that normally when people are on probation, they're not being hunted.
Right.
So they have the ability, well, I'm going to go to coffee shops and here and there. I'm going to relax. I'm going to mind my own business, maybe get some work done. That's normally the context.
Right.
You don't go out and start stealing more cars or blowing people away.
Right.
That's normally the concept violating probation. In Kevin Perlman's life, it's you go to a public place, literally 100 to 1,000 people will show up, provoking you and attacking you like you've witnessed on all the other videos, and you don't react. Okay, that is not probation violation. What they're saying is if you defend yourself
You can't.
while people try to hunt you, kill you, eradicate you,
Then you go to
we're
jail.
gonna put you in jail. So the context of the situation is the same as it's always been. We're hunting you down, and you just sit there.
You can, and well, you said even your dad said like you. Can't
That's what
defend
with my
yourself.
hunt. You're not. We're gonna torture you. We're gonna hunt. He's gonna do what he did to his dogs. He's gonna lock Maggie in a cage for half her life when she can be running around. And then her other dog, Rhoda, he put shock collars on and perimeter shock collars and things like this
Right.
because the dog's not allowed to defend itself because it's a dog.
Right.
So I'm allowed to shock you and zap you and slice you up and stab you because you're a dog. And isn't that one of the first things my family and people were calling me? Hey, dog, in a innuendo-ish way. Okay? And so these are all unheard of torture situations by an abusive family that does horrible things that you can't imagine. Horrible, unthinkable things.
I mean,
Right? What kind of person would take their kid, tie him down? Let's just use a more graphic analogy. You have a kid, you tie him down, you carve him up with knives,
Oh
but you
my
keep
God.
him alive. You tell the kid you're not allowed to talk back or say anything about it or defend themselves. And the more they try to get away from it or talk back or say, you fucking piece of shit, the knife comes out, they start slicing on you. And then they go, well, you did it yourself. Whoa, hello, did I just... Okay? These are the same situations, except they all have psychology degrees. They're paying off the psychology community.
right.
And they're telling you you're not allowed to defend yourself. And the only thing I've done is put up websites and pass out cards saying, these people won't stop.
Right.
And call the cops and saying, help me.
Exactly.
And they go, no, you don't talk or we kill you.
And it made you question yourself for a long time too.
Well,
'Cause
not
of-
myself, but the situation.
Well, I would be questioning like, myself, I guess. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know what you
are
mean.
they really doing this to me? Like, they're my family. Like, how can this be? But like,
But that's not yourself. When you say question yourself, it's like, am I a good person? Am I a bad person?
No, that's not what I meant at
No,
all.
the situation, yeah, like I can't
Yeah.
believe what I'm seeing. Just as
Also, like,
if you were driving down the street and you saw a 747 plow into the freeway, you'd be like, am I really seeing this?
right.
You're not questioning yourself. You're
True.
questioning,
What is happening?
did this, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Absolutely. No, that's what
Yeah.
I meant. So thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying. No, I don't mean
Yeah.
like, yeah.
you know, if you saw a 747 hit the freeway and a bunch of
You're in disbelief. Like, is this
aliens
really
came out of
happening?
it, you would be like,
Is this real?
I'm not seeing it. Aliens don't exist. You know, I mean, that's,
You
you
like,
question
if
if
this is going on, really.
it's because the method of gang stalking is unheard of. It's rare. Getting mass groups together to torture someone with psychological warfare tactics is so unbelievably rare.
Right.
And how would you do it? It's all very doable from the context of technology, but how do you get people to break from morals?
Right.
That too is doable. It's just,
But
it takes probably a good 40 years of
it's brainwashed.
brainwashing with people's psychology degrees and false labels, and that's exactly what's going on, right?
It's like, yeah. It's like unheard of, basically. Like,
Yeah.
unfathomable.
Yeah, so you can't believe you're seeing it because if I walk up to Brittany's neighbor and I say, I want you to follow her around and do these things to her, he's going to be like, get the fuck away from
Exactly.
me.
Like, who are you, dude? Like, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what
So
I would
it's,
do.
but you know, there are all sorts of situations in history. How did Adolf Hitler get his regime to do what they did?
Fuck. I
Right?
have no
I mean,
idea.
think about that. That's a pretty, from a psychological analysis,
That's-
some guy in Germany was sitting there who got political power, and he started running around saying, we need to eradicate the inferior race.
I know.
And all of us here would go, that's insane. You're a fucking...
Right.
But he did it.
He did.
Okay, so we can't question...
If
We
it's
can't say that
possible.
it's not possible.
Right.
It is
No.
possible. It's
You
been
say
done in
that.
history. And all throughout history, people have been killed over things like religion and this and that.
Or like being born a certain color.
Whatever, yeah.
race,
Gay
or
people
whatever.
killed because they're gay.
Who
Whatever.
they are, which is like horrendous. Like they're not allowed to be
Yeah.
who they are.
Yeah. So you can't... Different. Let's say, because you're different. You're different than us. You have the mainstream group,
Right. You're not like
and you're not like the mainstream group. So there's anger and rage because you're different. And that has gone on all throughout history of humanity.
I know it's
Yeah.
horrifying. But
And
yeah,
so-
you're absolutely right.
You know, my dad said, Kevin, you think differently and you're different. This, well, I'm not really that different, but
People don't.
that's kind of one of the leverage handles. Oh, Kevin's different, so we got to kill him.
It's because it's like a fear thing, like not understanding. That's like
Exactly.
What it goes down to.
And
If
that's
I don't
all- that's what-
understand, then it doesn't.
Yeah.
Nope.
Adolf Hitler was built on fear. My family's built on fear.
It should just be acceptance. Like who cares?
But not only that, but their fear is creating delusion. So that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Kevin doesn't date. Kevin thinks of sex differently, and Kevin thinks of this. And
And it's like, who
well, no,
cares?
that's not true. They threw these labels on me, stopping me from having a normal life,
right.
and then they got to cover it up. They want it out. They got to cover it up. They find out at 29, I break from pure professionality at strip clubs, and I ask a stripper out, and they got to cover it up because now they're sort of stuck in a situation. Well, is that kind of unethical? I mean, not really. Nobody gives a shit.
quite
But,
frankly, like, those women, like they get asked out probably like constantly by
Exactly, and nobody cares. And all the girls at Yankee Doodle's pool, the waitresses were all dating the other employees. So these
Right.
things that we're talking about, nobody really cares about.
No, you want it, like,
So
who
what were they really mad about? Oh shit, he does like to screw women, and he does like this, and he's just being professional.
See, it makes no sense though, because they're like they're. Nuts.
Right, it's insane.
It's like, so it's just like they want you to have a happy life and have relationships, all this stuff. But then like when you make a gesture, I guess like ask a woman out, they're like, oh no,
because
So it's
because
like a
they
catch-22.
demand.
It's like,
It is a catch-22 because they demand complete perfection. Like example, my mother says to me, "You're not going to meet that kind of girl."
what kind of girl?
I think she was alluding to the. How do you define it? The slutty, risque, silicone tits, tattoos,
Okay,
plastic surgery.
like saying you're not going to.
You're not going to
Yeah.
meet that type of women. Like she's profiling my personality there. Whatever.
Oh,
But,
okay.
But really, I think what she meant, because we stay with the Mike Huntley and Tim Thompson, well, you built adult websites, didn't you? Or
after like asking you to help them.
yeah, is really we gave you the cookie and you bit it, now we're going to punish you.
Right.
This is all about punishment. And so what she really meant is, first is Kevin, notice the psychotic behaviors change, or the thought process. First is Kevin's not dating women. So we got to go after him because he's crazy.
But then when he asks
Then we find out, no, he is into women, but he's not into the types of women that we like. So now we got to go after him and punish him. Right? So what is it I'm allowed to do? Well, you know, at one point we tried to force Adriana Oliveras on you, but you didn't take her. So now we're punishing you. And my punishment is death or locked in a cage for the rest of my life. So it's you do what we tell you or else. We know what's good for you or else. You date this girl, no one else. We control who you date. This is the type of girl you're going to be with. She tells you if she wants kids. She tells you if you're going to get married. Control. This and that. Pure control in an insane, unheard of method. You do every single thing we tell you. You wear the clothing we tell you. You're not allowed to have long hair. You're not allowed to have facial hair. You're not allowed to create art. Or if you create art, it better be little pretty flowers.
Right.
Every single thing on the most minute macro level is picked apart and people turn against me. Kissing a black girl between 1st and 2nd grade.
Right.
At Sunny Skies Day Camp, at T1, they sent me between grades, 1st and 2nd grade, result in the world being told I'm a white supremacist.
Which makes no sense at all.
Except they don't want me associating with other cultures aside from Jewish women.
Right. Okay?
So that's the ramifications of my different, but my different is the same as everyone else here. Right? If you're telling me in the United States there is an interracial dating, that's like 60-70%.
Probably more, to be honest with you.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
So the family I'm coming from is like batshit crazy. They're insane. Mm-hmm. They're running around with all these Jewish organizations and this and that. And I'm not saying that's wrong.
But they don't have to discriminate or
correct. They can be who the hell they want. And they can go to temple or church all day and night if they want. I don't care. But that's them.
Exactly.
You don't tell me who I have to be.
Right. Not trying to push.
Yeah.
How they are.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
And my mother's somehow born in the 1850s in the Civil War, and she can't comprehend technology or anything different.
Right.
It's
yeah.
It's pure crazy, and that's fine. That's fine, and that's normally how parents are, and that's why at 18, you sort of separate and it's over with.
Yeah.
But me, I'm followed.
Right.
Okay, so now we're running short on time. We gotta.
What time is it?
It's 10.
Oh, it's 10 already?
Yeah.
Holy moly. Okay.
Uh-oh. Damn it.
Or destroy my life.
They're not going to get us in the conversation. Yeah, I mean,
It's unofficial record. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Unofficial record.
The problem that I have is on probation. Okay? And the slightest thing can trigger something.
Yeah, because
I'm looking for compromise. Okay? So I'm doing it. I'm not forcing you. I'm not.
I know you're not. I understand what you're doing. But my point, here's my point. They don't want any type of civil countersuit or destroy my life.
They're not going to get us in the conversation.
Okay, you're not going to get a civil countersuit. This is very important. This is my defense attorney.
Well, I mean, this is just more ammo for them to try to use against me.
They don't, look, the conviction stops them with the civil countersuit.
What?
The conviction doesn't stop. He's saying because you have a conviction, your record's marked, so nobody's going to sue. Well, yeah, it makes things a little harder, but that's not true because now there's more damage.
The conviction stops the civil suit, is what he's saying?
It doesn't stop a civil suit because they're separate things.
But is that what he said?
That's what he says.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
A civil suit is completely different.
Okay, but he's saying you're not allowed
He's
to
saying, well, he's telling me what I think he's trying to deter me.
Okay.
Now, I'm in agreement that if you have a conviction, less people are going to want to help you because they're going to say, well, you have a conviction and it was proven in court, but was it proven in court? Because if you look at the court transcripts.
Right. Like on your record.
Correct. So now a civil attorney comes in, he looks at the court transcripts, this comes out in court.
Right.
Right? But Seymour's saying, well, because you're convicted, like a label, they're not going to help you. But is that really true? No.
I'm sure you.
I mean, there are
Yeah.
lawyers that say bad shit happens. It isn't right.
Right.
That's why people are different. Normally, people are different and come from different places, and people do things for different reasons.
Right.
And normally, people aren't contacted to control you, which every lawyer was contacted
Right.
to lose intentionally. But listen to his wording.
Just because someone's convicted doesn't mean that they're actually guilty.
Okay, I'm talking about, okay. Alright. Okay. It's your decision, what you want.
Well, I just sort of wanted you to expand on it so I understand where you're coming from.
I don't think you have a civil case, and I'm guilty of going out. Okay.
Okay, fine. Opinions are different than what is.
Facts. Yeah.
Correct. So, but when he talks, he's saying, that's how people normally talk right there. I don't think.
Right.
Not,
You don't.
you'll
Yeah.
never do it.
Okay.
Right. Because what he's saying is, we don't want you.
To do it.
Correct.
If you got a civil case, it ain't gonna make a difference if you went to two weeks of residential or not. If anything will strengthen your civil case, not reduce it, because it's further damaging on that you have to use the situation. Okay?
Okay, so wait, this is important.
I'm so.
This is important. He just flipped.
Mhm.
He just went from this argument to that. His consistency.
Is
What's
it
the word I'm
consistent?
looking for? He's inconsistent. He's catering his speech to what he wants me to do.
I'm very confused.
Okay,
about what
first he
just
tells
happened.
me I'll never get a civil suit
Right.
because I'm marked.
Mm-hmm.
Now, instantly he switches. Well, if you check into a mental institution, there's more damages.
More damages, so you'll get a civil.
So then
suit?
it's easier to get a civil suit.
Oh.
But wait!
What? I'm confused.
Seriously? You can't read that?
No. I mean, it's just like hit what is flip flop.
What he's saying is, Kevin,
there's
check
one
into
thing.
a mental institution because there's nothing you can do.
Right.
And then I say, well, no. And because he wants it on record
Mm-hmm.
that I'm crazy and went to a mental institution.
I understand that.
Then I
yeah.
say he wants to create more damages for me.
Yeah.
Then I say, well, just because you're convicted doesn't mean,
No,
right?
that, like,
Then
you
he
don't deserve
switches
how-
his argument
That's what.
180 degrees
Mm-hmm.
to, well, if you check into a mental institution, there's more damages, so it'll be easier to sue.
Right.
Wait a minute, but you just said,
I don't think
because
you
I'm
can.
marked, I can't sue.
It contradicts.
He just
each
contradicted
other.
himself to get what he wants. He's telling me what he wants me to hear.
Okay.
Okay, a con
That
man.
makes sense. Yeah.
Right? A con man will walk up to you and he'll tell you he's going to give you the world, and he'll study you, and he'll know your behaviors or what you like. And example, Rody Morales. Hey, Kevin, let's go to strip clubs. Because he knows I'm building adult websites and I like that type of thing.
Yeah.
And then he turns around and Kevin's stalking strippers.
Right.
Well, what's he doing? Kevin went out, he's hunting strippers down because he went to strip clubs. Wait a minute. You came in my life, you knew what I liked,
asked
you
me to help
manipulated
you.
me down the road, you worked with large groups trying to make it look like I was stalking strippers while putting spyware on my computer with my family.
Right.
Okay? Same thing. I'm telling you what you want to hear to try to send you down the path to your destruction for what you know.
Right.
Okay?
How you doing, sir? I'm just looking at a way to keep you out of jail.
No, I understand.
He's looking for a way to keep me out of jail, but he won't do anything to help me.
Right.
He won't look at the big picture, which he damn well knows is going on with everyone else in the world,
Mhm.
which you saw instantly. The thousands. I mean, I've sent Brittany maybe 10, 15 videos.
Probably
He's gotten
more.
hundreds.
Yeah.
Hundreds. He's claimed that he's watched them all, but he can't acknowledge it. Brittany sees the first one in our office, acknowledges it.
Well,
Doesn't
yes.
take a
They're
brainiac to,
unless like you're literally like you cannot see. Like you're
yeah,
blind
just blind.
or
But remember,
something.
this goes from person to
These are-
person.
It's like these are facts. Like, do you see
Yeah.
this? Do you see this? And I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because it's
Yeah.
it's a
Even the dog attacker, which is black and
that
white.
was, ugh.
Oh, well, you try to force a card on him. There's nothing there about forcing cards. What's he saying, right?
It's just like nobody's willing to just look at it as is.
Correct. And there's a reason. I can't tell you the exact reason, but I can tell you this because I've been in front of the White House with policeabuse.com, and here was Kamau Sergeant Don Jackson, policeabuse.com, ex-LAPD police sergeant.
Is this the one you're just talking about?
Yeah, that's the group I went with I think his name was Greg Miller, a private investigator. We went all throughout the United States, the White House in Washington, D.C. to prove that I was known everywhere, and even had White House security stalking me, trying to intimidate me in an obvious way, which is undisputable. So, he does exist. This isn't a conspiracy theory like Karen T. Phillips and them not wanting me to have witnesses come up in court and things like that, which they were Greg Miller, or whatever his name, and Kamau Diop would have been witnesses, called as witnesses who observed the situation, hence why Seymour and all the other lawyers are going, I don't see any of that. You just attacked some guy and you're crazy.
Right.
Right.
And they wouldn't allow
These are witnesses all across the United States. Paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
Didn't want to.
But you had to do what you had to do. Absolutely.
Okay. And that's maybe a couple of years before they really ramped up the physical attacks. And yeah. Okay, so
is there any opinion of yours as to why someone would want me in that institution? And I'm not talking about
because she wants a way out, but on the other hand,
okay, once again, there's your second confession. She wants a way out.
Can you rewind that again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
By the way, right before I rewind it, that's unethical and goes against the entire Bar Association.
She wants a way out?
Yeah, you have two lawyers.
Right.
You have the defense attorney supporting the prosecution, and I'm paying the defense attorney to defend me.
Right.
And he's saying, because we're buddy-buddy, she wants to do this and do that, so we want to sacrifice your life. The Bar Association says that you have to represent your client to the best of his ability, be an honest, decent person, blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah, okay, lawyers are known to be douchebags, but from a, what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. Moral.
No, not moral. I can't.
From a just red.
I'm having a morning brain fart.
I don't know.
What is it called when groups are labeled with things, but it's very shallow?
Stigma?
No.
Oh my god.
Whatever. Because lawyers are all labeled as douchebags just because it's a
stereotype.
Thank you, stereotype.
Okay.
But it doesn't necessarily mean all lawyers are douchebags.
Correct.
But
there's some.
Okay, so aside if you take the douchebag out, stereotype out, yeah, they have to follow a certain set of guidelines.
Yeah.
Because there's a reason we have a judicial system. We don't have a judicial system to hunt down those we don't like. We have a judicial system to protect us from corrupt police. That's the reason the judicial system, to make sure that if you're being sentenced or convicted,
right,
that you better damn well be as close to perfect as you can, even though there's no such thing as perfection.
Right.
But you have to strive,
for this
especially with a defense attorney, because people's lives are at stake.
Right.
Now this attorney, Seymour, and they all would have done the same thing, is flat out working with the prosecution. She wants an out, so we're destroying your life and this and that.
Right.
And they're coming after me way before she came in. Well, that gets you disbarred and probably thrown in jail. Because the entire reasoning, we have a judicial system, is make sure these things don't happen.
Right.
Right? Jonathan Franklin in 2013, lawyer Jonathan Franklin. I'm not going to get a police officer fired. Well, that's unconstitutional. It's your job to get a police officer fired if he's hunting someone down.
Right. That's what I was yeah. I wrote something down about that. I'll ask you later.
Okay.
So we don't waste time.
Before her. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like I have conversations with my stepfather. They're just obsessed with my mother, obsessed about getting me into mental institutions.
Because they feel that they don't believe there's a conspiracy.
Okay, so that's important. They're obsessed with getting me into mental institutions. This obsession does not start at 29.
Right.
It starts at a very young age, even sending people like Carissa Brands and Paul Humphrey after me, and Carissa pretending that she checked into a mental institution and them trying to make it look like I somehow tortured her into a mental institution, even though I had really almost close to no contact with her.
Right.
Just like Jen Yang, Gregoire's wife, and my brother's, no contact. The point is that they're obsessed with these mental institutions, even so much so that they had Tom Farley, when I was around 8 years old, running around saying I saw an alien in his bathroom.
Right.
Okay, they're obsessed. We just want, it's some kind of construct in my family or mother's head to put people in mental institutions.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's crazy.
think about this. People don't walk around. You see that guy, they go into a mental institution. See that person over there, they should be in a mental institution. See that person, they should be in a... People don't talk like that. Matter of fact, I've never heard one person in 47 years talk like that except for coming from my family.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't hear that conversation
Right?
every day. No.
Right? I see people going, they're crazy.
Right.
That person's crazy, I don't understand them, so, I'm just
But
not going to
the
talk to
next
them.
level, like, they
yeah.
can be locked up forever because I don't understand them. They're crazy.
Yeah.
No. That's not like normal.
Yeah, it's not normal.
No.
It's some kind of construct obsession in my family's or mother's, I don't know. And they're just on this mental institution kick. It's like some kind of OCD, the newest mental institution OCD of theirs, It's like...
Do you think it's... Shit, now I lost my train of thought. Like, since you think different or whatever that means, they want you to go into a mental institution hoping that it will, like, mold you into how they think or something?
I think what they're doing is they're trying to scare me, and we don't have too much time.
Sorry.
Scare me straight. Or not scare me straight. Scare me into being like them.
Right.
Think of we threw you in a maximum security prison for misdemeanors for 11 days.
Right.
We put you in the hole. You were threatened to be shanked 4 times in jail. All the other things I don't have time to talk about. All the things that normally don't happen in jail. Some of it does,
Yeah.
but it was amplified a millionfold for me.
Right.
And you don't go to Pitch's Wayside maximum security for misdemeanors anyways.
No.
We're not getting into that. And then you come out. They just want you to get help.
Right.
Trying to scare me. And then instantly my family sends in Deborah Bear from the Aleph Institute, the Jewish organization, to convert me into a devout Jew. And she's spouting things in the office, how I'm anti-Semitic. Things that don't even make sense, right?
That doesn't make any sense.
So they're trying to scare me into being this total devout Jew, just like you kiss the black girl and it's unacceptable that you date black women or Asian women or Latin women. Anyone non-Jewish or who we've screened.
Right.
Okay? So we're trying to scare you into... This is who you have to be, taking away all individuality.
Right.
Wasn't that what Adolf Hitler did? Okay, so... and these are coming from Jews.
You know what? We got to August 5th. I think the appeal...
It's actually 12. Hold on, let me think. So we have a progress hearing 3 months from now. And then there's an appeals in process. But we don't know if he's going to intentionally lose the appeals. Because he's proven himself a million times over that he wants me dead and gone.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what the paperwork he's writing in appeals, leaving out, whatever.
Do you get to see it?
No.
No.
Oh, but yet Deborah Bear states in the conversation that she saw it, so why haven't I seen it?
I have no idea.
Interesting, right?
Right.
Why would the Jewish community...
Weird.
And she states, well, there's a couple people in your neighborhood.
Right, she did.
Bullshit.
Right.
So once again, he's leaving out the argument.
The appeal will be over by then.
Okay, so what he's saying is the appeals is over and I lose. There could be a sentencing, or she could say more therapy. We don't know.
Okay.
It's over at that point.
But remember, this thing's been stretched out over years, which is sort of weird too.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've already done a year of probation
Plus
with therapists, right?
We have to because we're going to have jail in here at that point. Okay.
So what do you...
So for all I know, he's just saying jail to scare me, even though
Right.
we don't know. But
go into a probation hearing or...
I think that if we lose the appeal, I think, and then that jail is out there, I think you really have to start to consider residential jail.
okay, so he's talking about the checking in for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Well, but that doesn't make sense because if I'm some crazy lunatic, why would I only have to check in for 2 weeks? Like they said, they want it out.
Right. I don't know.
Okay, so you just heard like 10 illegal confessions, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'm saying,
I think the appeal will be over by the 12th, or if it's supposed to be over by the 12th, I can buy some time around it.
okay. But what I'm saying, what do you think at the 12th? You should say I want to file a probationary hearing.
See if I can turn this up.
more residential treatment. I think she's very
And do you feel that the judge, how do you feel that the judge thinks what she thinks of me? Whether, I'm not talking crazy or not, I'm feeling like I want this guy. Right, I mean, what's your...
right now, she says that you have a mental issue and that you're paranoid.
That's what she thinks.
Yeah, she hasn't said that.
She hasn't said, but you could feel it.
Okay, she hasn't said it, but she thinks I have a mental issue and I'm paranoid. I mean, just any quick thoughts? We don't have a lot of time, but any quick thoughts on that one?
She has not even said that, so that was just like his words. Right?
Correct. So we don't know that.
Right.
Also, based on what you've seen
Right.
going on here, and
right,
what's your any thoughts?
Of all these things, like sure, if you haven't seen all the things that I've seen or whatever, you can say you're paranoid, whatever, fine. But you're not, because like these things keep occurring over periods of time. Over
let's just,
so I get that.
Without going too deep, what % of your parking lot do you think on a bad day people are making in this? I don't know what. Let's say 2,000 cars park in this lot.
Mm-hmm.
What %? And the home DUI and the hotel here.
Mm-hmm.
What % of people are involved in trying to make me mentally ill? Would you say?
Like parking backwards and honking.
Correct.
Like that? Oh, jeez. I don't even know how to put a percentage on it.
We're not, it doesn't have to be exact, just an idea. 1%, 50%, 70%, just, is it half the lot? Is it more than half the lot?
It depends. They said on a bad day. Like half the lot, right?
Okay, that's fine, that's good. Because I usually say around 40%.
Okay.
Half the lot. You just heard it here. We are in Thousand Oaks, Ventura County Police. Not LAPD land, Ventura County, out here in Thousand Oaks, Westlake.
Right.
I live in Woodland Hills. Brittany says off the top of her head, 50% of the people in this lot alone are working on Kevin Perlman with mental illness tactics.
With the honking and the
50%. We got the honking and twos, the cars backwards.
The patterns.
The, two CRVs, two
stripes.
white Lexuses together, two white Jeep Cherokees together.
Walking in, and honestly, since you pointed these things out, I'm more aware of
Yeah, of course.
Too,
But more importantly, the police cars, the things the police are coming around here trying to provoke me and things. Ventura County. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. With police involvement. I'm going to say this again. With police involvement in Ventura County. Mm-hmm. Do you now think that this newer judge or older judge or any judge, because wait, let me expand a little. This happens at every lot I go worldwide. All day and night. Worldwide, or at least U.S., but pretty much worldwide if I were to be in a different country.
Yeah.
And in Mexico. We did Mexico, so worldwide. Do you, with that being said, and what you've seen, do you think that the judge knows who I am and what's going on or not?
Well, I would assume so.
Okay.
Right? I mean,
correct.
And
Okay, so is it fair to say that without solid evidence, based on common sense, that whatever the judge's decision is going to be, it's not based on what's going on in that courtroom.
It's based on what they are already
Do I like Kevin? Do I not like Kevin? Do I want Kevin talking? Yeah. Am I paid off by Arnold Silber or else? Right?
Gosh.
Send Kevin to elsewhere if he doesn't conform to the Jewish community and date who we tell him. Right? Do you understand?
I would. Yeah.
So we can both agree that the judge, any judge on this planet, almost anyone, is gonna make their decision based on their morals and ethics, or if they're paid off or something like that, and not whether I'm a good or bad person.
Which is really shitty, because I would hope that the judge would...
Correct. Right now, the judge should be saying, this Seymour guy should not be in law, this Karen guy should not be in law, Kevin's a good person, but I can't tell you what the judge is going to say.
Right.
But that's what they should say.
Right. They should, blank slate, you're walking in, you're presenting all this evidence and everything.
It doesn't matter because all the evidence,
that's what I'm saying,
the point is, even if I were to be guilty, the judge is going to know instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Let me rephrase it.
No, I get what you're saying.
Okay, Judge Eric Harmon, the first judge sitting in the courtroom who didn't want me talking and was taking part with the mental illness tactics, and every lawyer in the courtroom for other cases, whatever. Damn well knew that I was innocent
Right.
no matter what, even if I had been the one who hit Bailey Bernard first, or had, let's say, I tried to kill Terrence Scroggins, which isn't true,
Right.
or threatened him, which wasn't. I was in
Self-defense.
defense. Get the fuck away from me, or else.
Right.
Um, even if I were to be guilty and walk in the courtroom, the judge would already say, well, Kevin's being mobbed by a plant full of people to kill him. Kevin's innocent.
Right.
Does that make sense? Without any trial or anything.
Right.
Because he knows the situation. Now, if they make a different decision, then what they're saying is, well, I support the murderers. I support Adolf Hitler. Right?
Yeah, I get what you're
Right.
saying. Absolutely.
So everything Seymour's saying, we don't know if the new judge is a good person or a bad person or this, that, but what we do know is Seymour will say whatever he needs to say to get whatever he wants.
Right.
Okay, so.
I guess, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
She'd rather get treatment in jail.
That's,
She wants to
we don't know the truth, but that's,
She wants to get me treatment for my
The
delusions.
judge? Is
That's
that
what he's
said?
saying. Remember,
But
he
didn't
just
talk
said,
to the judge.
correct. He's saying what he feels.
positive with the bullshit.
Let me just.
We don't know the truth, but that's still positive with the bullshit.
Just not around.
Oh,
Andrew.
okay. So even though that would be a bullshit cover-up answer, it's more positive than more positive than the alternative.
Walking out of the courthouse.
Shit, fraudulent. No, and so, but you're right. There are some definitely government watch lists or shit fraudulent. And then I'll punish my mother and father with psychology.
I think the mother and father said that, but my main concern at this moment is not your mother and father.
I know that you can't go back in time or anything.
I can't, no.
But you see how there, when you're talking about her, Kareen wanting an out with my family, we fucked up. Do you understand?
I don't. Okay. I don't think Karen is being influenced by your family. I think Karen is influenced by Sean Tinsey, by individuals in neighborhood council, and that might be,
Even though you can't see it, the direct line of communication is going from Dincy to Arnold Silver, my stepfather.
I don't.
It is.
Well,
But we don't need to debate
okay,
that.
okay. Bottom line is, Dincy has an agenda. Has a bad agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Important. Dincy has an agenda.
It's a bad agenda. Is what you
Yeah.
said.
So Dincy is the Adolf Hitler agenda. What we've been discussing, that perfection.
Mhm.
How's he influencing people? Well, we kind of went through a lot of that.
Yeah.
And that's the person who Karen has to listen to. Not listen to.
Perceives Dincy. Dincy's just a street cop.
No. LAPD puts pressure on the city attorney. They got to work together and everything else. And that's the bottom line.
Really? I thought it was the other way around.
No. No.
I'm not in the judicial system, but what he's saying is Topanga Division LAPD is putting on the pressure to Karen T. Phillips, the city attorney or prosecuting attorney, to
Right.
go after me. And I'm saying, doesn't the prosecuting city attorney's power supersede the LAPD
Yes.
division? Of course it does.
I
She's
agree.
making her own decisions.
Mhm.
And sure, she can make her decisions on peer pressure, but what's the right decision?
Right.
Okay, now he's saying it's the other way around.
That the police.
Well, no, the
operate.
police don't walk up to Karen T. Phillips and say, you prosecute Kevin Perlman. She can say, you guys are a bunch of fucking nuts. You need to get
Yeah.
your shit together. Leave the guy alone.
Right.
That's what she can. She's the city attorney.
I have no idea about the judicial system either, but that's what I would think.
Yeah.
Too.
Right? So they're influenced. How? You do what we say, or we won't have sex with you? I mean, I don't know, right? I mean...
I have no idea.
Right? But look at this buddy thing. He's friends with her. Like...
Nancy is very influential in this whole thing. Okay?
They clearly connected with some people in politics.
Okay, so first, I don't think Dincy is that influential. I think he's that hired hitman because he came in with Jensen in 2013 for arresting me for sitting on the sidewalk.
Right.
Trying to make me look like I think I'm a bum and all sorts of weird things for kind of having a picture saying these people won't leave me alone, these mass groups won't leave me alone, and they're going after me for things like creating art or whatever, right? And I don't really think Dincy is that influential. I think he's just a hired hitman or thug.
Mm.
No, he thinks he is, but he's not. Although...
Okay, so now he just said he thinks he is, but he's not.
We'll see what happens on the city council race. Dincy is not liked. Okay?
I thought everyone he had like his neighborhood watch. I want to feel important neighborhood watch.
That's neighborhood watch.
Okay, first of all,
He's not
Dincy's
liked.
not liked. I don't see that. I see everyone helping him.
Right. By
Whether they
who?
pretend they don't like him or not,
Right.
now I see everyone helping him, right?
Who was he implying that Dincy's not liked by?
Oh, the city council, whatever.
Dincy is not liked. Okay?
I thought everyone he had like his neighborhood watch. I want to feel important neighborhood watch.
That's neighborhood watch. Okay. You know, that's... All right. Bottom line is this. Okay? You see how the appeal breaks. Okay? I think that we might have issues on that. We'll see. We'll just take one step at a time. You need, you know what? You know, as long as you can get yourself into a position of another police report, let's touch base and
Okay, so we'll just like it. You do understand, I do not suffer from trauma. I can't expect a global group of people saying you do this or we eradicate
that is your position.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You
you can't
asked
hear
him
it, but what
that.
he says is, we need you to stay out of trouble or this or that for, these 3 months until the 12th or whatever, blah, blah.
Right. Okay.
Because we don't want to violate probation. And my statement, which you can't really hear very well, is, how does one stay out of trouble when mass groups are attacking you all day and night?
Right.
Right?
And you asked.
And then he says, really quickly, well, I can't take that position, just lying through his teeth.
When you asked him like, okay, but you don't think that that I don't suffer from paranoia, schizophrenia. What did he say?
I can't remember, and it's not very clear, but
Okay.
it's something. But remember, before he says it doesn't matter because there's government labels,
right.
unofficial government
You're just
labels.
asking him
His opinion, yeah. But the point is, we've proven now that something shady is going on.
right.
Okay. Let me throw either Seymour Hamster is a pathological liar, and he is trying to cover shit up,
Mhm.
and he's lying about me being on government watch lists. He's involved in something illegal. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Or he's being honest, and I am on government watch lists, and I actually am on government watch lists because the shitstorm my family started out there, hate, rage, control, whatever.
Right.
Then he's proven something shady and is illegal going on.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what he said, either this way or that way. He's proven
Something.
that insanely illegal operations are going on that are unconstitutional and are being hunted. Okay? So now is that suable? Yes!
I would think so.
Yes! There are constitutional lawyers that sue for violating constitutional rights. And if my constitutional rights have been taken away at 5 years old and horrible things are done to me, it's all suable. Oh, battery's low.
My job is to give you advice that I think is
No, I know, I understand.
Yeah,
Well, that's why I'm just sort of trying to understand all. Okay, first, this isn't a game, but I need to understand where everyone's coming from
What I say this isn't a game because they're game.
because nobody wants to defend me, not trying to say anything about you, but nobody wants to defend me in such a way that's honest or truthful as we got to cover this up and work this guy away. Does that make sense?
Okay, so let's talk about what we can agree on and not what we disagree on. Okay, so what we can agree on is this: that Sean Dempsey.
He's a douchebag. Okay.
Sean Dempsey feels we need to be locked up.
Okay, Sean Dempsey, I need to be locked up.
Sean?
Sorry. Yeah, but he's crazy, man, do you understand? I know he feels that, but he's a crazy man.
That's okay. Okay. You're not saying that I subscribe to his viewpoint or
Okay, he doesn't think he's crazy. That's crazy.
anything else, okay? Alright. The bottom line is this. We're talking conspiracy. Okay? So, Sean Dempsey wants you locked up because he feels you're an annoyance to society.
Okay, there. Sean Dempsey wants me locked up because he feels I'm a menace to society.
Well, there's also links to 2013
I'm not
arrest
going
with
there.
Jensen.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so now he gets mad. This is important. I mention, and I'll read this before the battery dies. I mention that Sean Dempsey in 2013 was involved with Jensen in these arrests,
Right.
showing that this is a personal vendetta.
Right.
I don't want to hear it. He cuts me off.
Okay.
Remember we were talking about the bigger picture and things that are related?
Yeah.
These can all come into the courtroom. Dempsey, didn't you arrest him in 2013? Why are you following him? Why are you doing this?
Right. I mean,
Do you feel that Kevin is a menace to society? It's a personal vendetta.
Right, but he can't.
But he doesn't want to address the issue because he's on their side.
Concentrate on right now what I can identifiably do.
Just concentrate on now. Well, there's more than just now.
Okay? I believe that Sean Dempsey, working with Neighborhood Watch, working with maybe some neighbor councils, are keeping an eye on you and wanting to do anything they can to put the pressure on anyone they can to lock you up.
Okay, right there.
That's so wrong.
City Council, Dempsey. Battery died. We're going to have to continue that. Dempsey, what time do you have? Till?
What
It's
time is
10:40.
it? 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to have to continue. It's at the end, but still, these are important. Dempsey,
Right.
City Council, people high up are hunting me down. But when he tries to cut me off about now, that's bullshit.
Right.
You have to start at 2018. Or
13.
when I was 29, 18 years ago.
Oh, okay.
What did I do at 29
Nothing.
that the City Council, remember, the City Council wants to eradicate me at 29 with Mike Huntley sitting in my office and after me at 14, we're using the system against you and we're going to rid you of the world. That's what this is about. It's not about now. That's all cover-up operations. Well, how was I at 29 with my business signet, this and that? How was I a public nuisance to cities and continents worldwide? The only thing I did wrong, which isn't wrong, I built it all websites. Roddy Morales wanted me to go to strip clubs, which were for people
Totally legal.
in different states.
Uh-huh.
And I asked the stripper out one time after 10 or 15 years or something.
Right. None of those.
How am I a danger and a menace to society?
You're not. You're not.
Correct? Okay, so now we have to sort of break it down. What's it about? Tim Thompson at 29. Well, you built adult websites. Well, because you built adult websites, Sean Dempsey, send in your life to lock you away in cages for the rest of your life?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Unless it's going back to what? A family. And they don't approve of it. Because we're not talking about crimes. And if I'm building adult websites,
Honestly.
how's that a menace to society?
No.
Unless someone's just batshit nuts that thinks that the adult industry, what would my mother say? You stay away from that stuff or whatever
It's all
on the
about,
phone.
like, yeah, it's like about. Honestly, I think it's like appearance. Oh, he can't do that. That's like looked down upon or whatever.
Correct.
And
So,
it's like, okay.
so to punish me, not for a crime or doing anything wrong,
They just don't
for
approve
being
of it.
different or doing something different than them,
Right.
I'm hunted and killed or locked in cages for the rest of my life for doing what everyone else is doing. And well, sure, maybe some people are more conservative and they don't approve it or whatever.
Which is fine. They can have their own.
Correct. But I don't see any porn stars, braziers, production companies, whether it's adult websites, whether it's like supposedly playing pools, shady pool playing, whether it's my horrible crimes of going to coffee shops because people don't sit at tables longer than 10 minutes, where it's sitting at parks on a bench for longer than 10 minutes. I don't see any of this happening to anyone else in the world, ever, except Kevin Perlman.
Right.
And you can't leave out, do what Seymour is doing, saying none of that's relevant. It's all relevant.
Right.
And whether he can bring it into a courtroom or not are two different issues.
I don't know if he can or not, but I would think
some of it he can, some of it can't, but he keeps intentionally lying to make sure that none of it gets in.
Right.
That there's no self-defense. Does that make sense?
Because
you're crazy and it's a conspiracy theory.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right. The context is important.
Yeah.
Like you're saying,
Yeah.
like you need to understand like how long
Yeah.
the duration and all these things, or else sure, if just like one snapshot right now, nobody knows like the history, then okay, you could claim whatever, like you're paranoid or whatever, but like no, actually like it's been going on for 18 years.
And to leave it, when they start bringing in circumstantial evidence that I'm a crazy man into conspiracy theories on the court,
right.
why wasn't I kept asking Seymour what you need to bring in, what happened, how I was a business owner and this and that at 29 and met with death threats, and no, I'm not bringing, I refuse.
But
wait,
why?
she can bring in a false context that I'm a crazy man like Mel Gibson in the movie Conspiracy Theory, but I'm not allowed to bring the fact that I went to college, I went to a good high school, I had friends, and at the end of 29, you're a dead man with the police for building adult websites or something.
Right.
Is beyond any level of relevant, especially if she's allowed to bring in the bullshit.
It is relevant.
And
because
he
you were
refused.
living your life.
Correct.
And
So he's
intentionally
intentionally taking everything out of context to control the situation.
Well, he's not allowing the context to be heard.
Correct. And then he's saying, the judge is saying it's inadmissible as evidence, but I think that's bullshit.
I don't know the laws or whatever, but like I would think at least in chamber or whatever, he could explain some of this to them or something.
Correct. And he could say he hired policeabuse.com and he has witnesses.
I know.
And the judge is going to say, well, if he has witnesses, I mean, that's direct, right?
Yeah. That's evidence.
Yeah.
Like in your favor. Like these are people who will back you.
Yeah, let me just quickly, I'm
Sure,
going to write,
I'm
even
not-
though you're out of time. Okay, brought back a different judge. Okay, so on the docket, this is interesting. On the docket,
It was supposed to
and I don't know the judicial system, but on the docket for the court date, there was a new judge, Richard Kirshner.
Okay.
Now, he wasn't there. I called up Steve on the phone. He said, we're going to see this judge. I says, well, on the docket, it says,
Different one?
I'm seeing a different judge, so he needs to know the full story. And he said, oh, I saw him last time. Well, last time, it says on the docket, he
Different
saw
judge.
Nadeem Bintu, I don't know the name, but
Someone else.
someone else.
Okay. So
So he lied then. Okay. Karen wants 2 weeks. Karen wants 2 weeks. Check out. We went through that. Judge says someone is being
that we didn't talk about that one, did we?
contact. Oh, so they play the whole game about the 4-week gap thing. Hey, Kevin's done in 1 year. Kevin's done 1.7 years of therapy in 5 months.
Right.
I've contacted 300, probably a lot more, but on documentation, 317 therapists, almost everyone refusing to help me, or the ones that I had visits, taking turns trying to do things to stop me from getting help or whatever. And there was a 4-week period where I have no proof contacting therapists. Well, anyone sane is going to say, this is insane. The guy, it should take 1 or 2 phone calls.
Right. And I've seen all of your the proof of you calling these people,
Yeah.
emailing, all this
Yeah.
stuff. Like you were like I want to say like thousands.
Yeah.
Probably total, like
Probably.
reaching out.
And I'm thinking the lawyers are way higher.
Right.
And,
Like you were trying, you were doing it. So
okay, so the judge says, well, what about this 4 months or blah, blah, and Seymour says, well, look, he's contacted 60 times on this date, 70 on this, whatever. He rattles off
right.
some things, and she says, well, they could be contacting him.
I don't get it.
Correct. That's what I was going to say.
They could be contacting him.
Yeah,
No
so how did they know?
therapist.
They're just picking up the phone going, let's call Kevin or different ones. And I'm saying, no, I don't want your help. No, I'm contacting them for help.
Right.
And each one's giving either they're not contacting me back or they're giving me some song and dance. How they don't feel they're I don't feel that I can help you, or if they even respond back, just lying.
Yeah. First of all, like therapists can't just randomly call some person. That's unethical. Like, and it totally breaks all types of confidentiality and implies like they know the person already, or else why the hell would you be contacting them?
Yeah.
And nobody's gonna contact you 50, 60, 70 times.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
Then you need to like, you know,
Yeah.
they need like some help
Yeah.
themselves. That's crazy. Like, how would they be?
So,
anyway.
And while I'm not trying to rake on the judge, it's just kind of a weird comment, right?
That's weird. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and so, but, okay, so that's in the past. She didn't say that was a probation violation, so that's good. But, and then you heard the phone call, me talking to Seymour. Seymour, you know, did you see the movie Contact?
Right, I did hear that.
Where, if you saw the movie Contact, in the end, even though they say the girl saw something that she didn't, and there's no proof of anything. In the end, they say, well, I don't care that there's static on the video. There's like 30 hours of static on the video, proving that something did happen for 30 hours.
Oh, shit.
And so I said, did you see the movie Contact? And, you know, even if there's a 4-week gap, there's 317 and all these. And he gets mad, right? Did you hear his voice? And you said something, what an asshole. You know, like,
what is his deal? Yeah, he's very rude.
He's a complete douchebag. And you can see how he's trying to cover everything up. And when he loses control, instead of being honest,
he cuts you off.
He cuts me off and then lies and tries to send me down the path of destruction or put me in a cage of fear to control. But never is there any honesty. Like, this is unacceptable, and I'm your defense attorney. And if you pay me $500,000 to do what someone would take $5,000 for, he still won't help me.
He could at least let you talk.
I know.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I mean, just complete douchebag. Like, okay, and but more importantly than the douchebag factor, he's involved aiding and abetting a mass crime. Okay, so
is that clock fast on the wall?
No, that's not right.
Is
10:53. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm almost at pressure. City Council, Seymour states someone in government. Mental illness label, that's very important, that confession, because that states on some level that something beyond any level of illegal is going on. Yes, Karen saying believes could be a public disturbance. Well, she's seen the video, and if that video goes in front of a judge, a sane judge would say, these guys are just beating the shit out of the guy. Right. And he just simply walked with a camera and recorded it.
Right.
Okay? Not public, okay?
No, you're not.
Unless they're Jew-hate murderers or something.
Like, you were friendly, you were kind, you didn't do anything to any of them at all.
And then there's another, several thousand of similar videos of this being done to me at coffee shops alone.
And I've seen several.
At everyone in the world. Okay, how do you discount that? Okay, it's all on video. Okay, so that's the disturbance card. We're trying to scare you into perfection. Right. Seymour says, I'm not going to be able to sue. We went through that. Seymour didn't see arrest in 2013. That's beyond any level of relevant. How can you not? With lawyer Jonathan Franklin, I'm not going to go after to get a cop fired, showing that they're all conspiring together.
Right. I mean, So
Seymour doesn't want me suing the judicial system, giving me disinformation and changing stories. First, I am labeled a mental illness, so I can't sue. Then there are more damaged switches. I really wanted to get into Greg Wall combos, but we're not going to make it.
Can I ask one thing?
Uh-huh.
You just reminded me again. The guy who said he doesn't want to get a cop fired, doesn't that kind of in itself imply that there's something he could get him fired for?
First of all, that was Jonathan Franklin, defense attorney. It implies that he could possibly be scared of something.
Right.
Like,
okay. Get a cop fired. Well, then you're saying that you could.
Let's look at the reality of the situation. We all know this isn't a conspiracy. Right. All these people out this door don't know this isn't a conspiracy. These people in San Diego, Colorado, Nevada, Mexico, Florida, Sweden, Japan, porn star Hitomi Tanaka in Japan damn well knows that this isn't a conspiracy. I'm not delusional or things like that. So now we have no lawyer will help me. We have he's crazy, we need to cover this up. We have forced Kevin in a mental institution. But more important than that, we have to go back to the beginning, which goes down to 5 years old, and this constant obsession of putting Kevin Perlman in a mental institution for no reason at all.
Because you accidentally hit a car with water and mud as a child.
Correct. And then they try to turn each thing into something it's not, just like we're seeing now, and give it out to the entire planet that Kevin's a public nuisance because he built cars in Anita Perlman's prissy driveway.
Which is totally like a normal thing to do.
But what they're doing, okay, so this is...
No, I understand what you're saying.
I know you don't have to... The context is this is Hidden Hills.
Right.
Rich... We got $1 million house.
Right.
We got kids that go to Calabasas High and they're bought brand new BMWs.
And that's not what you do there.
And Kevin's different because he buys $1,000 car and he lifts the engine out and he doesn't give a shit about what people think. Because if I drive into Rich Boy School with a $300 kid taco, as they call me, 69 Firebird with a $350 I dropped in, I don't give a shit about the superficial crap.
Which is
I'm more about doing something with my life.
That's a positive thing.
In mommy's eyes, I ruined her life because I'm a public nuisance because there's a car dripping oil in the driveway. And do you understand?
Right. Yes, I do understand.
But that's not a public nuisance.
No.
I don't like you doing
you.
these things.
Right.
But it has nothing to do with cities or city councils or...
No.
Right?
She should be proud of you for having, like, values.
Correct. But now you understand the roots.
Yeah.
They're not good roots. No matter how much money does not define you. You define you.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So you understand the roots.
It does.
Kevin's a public nuisance because he built his kid taco cars, because that's what they call me, in podunk rich boy neighborhood, so he needs to be eradicated and rid of the world.
Right.
That has nothing to do with public nuisance.
No.
I'm a maniac that needs to be removed from society, and then they start throwing in all the things that aren't true or the setup operations, like the people, the out of control driving setup, people throwing cars at me and me avoiding them and things like that, right? I'm at the end here. Seymour doesn't want me to, so that's pretty much it. And then I go into Seymour wanted me to send. Oh, well, that was
Seymour
for another.
What?
That's for another conversation.
Okay.
Seymour wanted me to send letters to attorneys and people. And I couldn't remember why he was telling me to do that.
Right.
We'll get into that. It had to do with Gregoire and sending me these letters.
He did?
Yeah, and by the way, that comes out of, I believe, Grosse Point Blank. What are we doing now?
Where are they now?
Where are they now? Or something like that. I think those are hinted messages from the movie Grosse Point Blank with, Jesus, what's it? John Cusack.
This is like, okay.
Yeah, whatever. We'll go through all this. I wanted to get through all this, but...
Thank you. This is like a lot of information about their family.
Yeah, well, I've never gotten a letter from Greg in my life, but it just happens to come 2018, December 2018. And by the way, there's some of the cryptic messages. Greg wouldn't return my calls. Luckily, Jen got him on the horn. But right here, the ... space a capital LOT lot is something that started when I was at Golden State Sports Medical.
I remember you saying
and that's one of the tactics. And so you can understand why Greg didn't want me calling, because he's involved, right? And he hasn't called me back after the court things.
Really?
Yeah, and that's more conversation we're going to talk about. But this is really important, and we're going to finish up next time, the very end of this audio.
Okay.
Which is, it's right at the end, but we'll finish it up.
Okay.
And we'll go into these things, which are very important, with Greg Waugh.
Yeah. I want to talk about
and you can see, even though he refused to do an interview, which was upsetting to me, I still put our conversations on my website and explaining how he's trying to cover up things like, for example, right before we said back to the public nuisance, when I was 16, Greg Waugh would blast porn on my father's outside speakers, or when we were kid things that don't matter. But when we were 16, we would driving and he picked up my PA, started yelling at other cars, getting them to chase me. And the reason I know that everyone normally would say, who cares? Because I thought, who cares? So what? Greg was being a kid. I was being a kid. Nobody cares. But when they're saying that Kevin's a menace to society and we need to remove him from society, they're linking and collecting and data mining everything. The thing Greg Waugh doing these things and saying Kevin did it, and packaging everything that everyone did around me and saying I did it. Right. Okay, so that's kind of... Okay, so we'll sum it up from there. Brittany's probably freaking out.
No, I just have to...
Oh, okay.
I'll be right
So,
back.
wait, is there any last words you want to say to anyone here? Seymour, judges, random, worldwide, kill Kevin groups.
I feel like this is like a closing statement. Don't take anything like at face value is my thing. Get to know people without just assuming that you know based on things you hear from other people telling you about them.
That's good, especially from illegal propaganda, worldwide illegal propaganda sources, which are unheard of, and someone can't defend themselves by saying 99.9% of this is fabrications and fiction. Right.
Exactly. It's just give people a fair chance.
Yeah.
Get to know them without assuming these things that you have just heard are true about them.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Except we're not talking about a few little social circles.
No, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, because that's how shit like this happens. Nobody's questioning it. You know,
but it doesn't happen. That's the thing. Is in high school it happens.
Sure.
Okay, first of all,
this level.
High school kids are kids, and they're elastic-minded. And then people get older and they get more mature, and they look past that. But nowhere are there worldwide propaganda systems against one person in secret going, every day there's a new lie and we're going to hunt you and exterminate you and you're not allowed to tell anyone or we're going to kill you with endless death threats on video.
Think for yourself. That's like the main thing. At least question it.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not question what's going on?
Exactly.
Okay, so...
Sorry, I have to...
That's okay, so that's it. Till next time. Okay, it is, I think, Wednesday the 5th, June 5th, whatever. Time has no meaning when you're being hunted by a worldwide campaign and nobody wants to come forward, to be honest. Okay, so it is the 5th. We are continuing round 2 or day 2 of last week's conversation with my court visit for a progress hearing, which I was sort of threatened to blackmail, where they tried to force me to go up to the judge and say I want to be checked into mental institutions, saying there could be a probation hearing and I could get up to 7 years and this and that, with psychologist / LF Institute Deborah Baer working these angles with my family to force me into mental institutions, which has now been going on since 5 years old, and linking back to things like me being 16 years old and stopping my brother from bashing Gargoyle's skull in with a crowbar and him threatening my life, that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution, which my family seemed to fully support for some reason, with his blood is thicker than water speech. And that being said, we're going to continue listening to these conversations after the courthouse with my attorney Seymour Amster, showing that they're creating this conundrum or pickle or whatever, catch-22, double-bind scenario of a lawyer that no matter how much he's paid, with every other lawyer worldwide, doesn't want to help you, wants to intentionally lose and get these convictions, no matter how much proof or evidence he has against what's going on, putting me in a position where you could say burning bridges, except the problem is that the bridge is already on fire and it's following me from place to place trying to rid me of the world, so it's not really burning bridges. It's, please help me, here's money, no, I refuse, from each and every person worldwide until you're dead and gone, showing that that relationship and every other one was tainted, poisoned, burned, way before I ever knew these people, moved to the state, country, whatever, and this will happen with any person worldwide since 5 years old. Okay, so we're going to continue where we left off, which was Seymour talking to me, admitting in a direct confession. Now remember, we don't know who's being honest and who's not, but what we do know is that what is being said shows judicial corruption on all levels. Whether Seymour's lying or not, there is an agenda to remove me from society. We just don't know the specifics of what exactly is true and what isn't. But Dincy has shown some kind of personal vendetta. Whether he links back to someone I knew in high school that doesn't like me, I don't know. I can't answer these. Is Arnold Silver, my stepfather, paying him off because the communication is going straight up to him? I don't know. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is it's not because of crime and it's not because of me doing anything wrong. Unless you're saying singing songs or dancing or wearing fun shirts, smiling or smiley shirts, even the Lord's Gym shirt at 21, are not the things that worldwide groups hunt someone down and kill you over, especially the police, government, and as they have done. Okay, so that being said, and just one more side note, Brittany seems to derail me a lot, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing because these events are so specific and you need to understand the hows and whys and the logic and facts in order to solidify what's being said, because what's being said is so far out there that you need to understand the factual data to solidify it so it doesn't sound like some crazy guy out of the movie Conspiracy Theory or something, like Mel Gibson out of the movie Conspiracy Theory, right?
Just to understand.
Yeah. And that's why they're so mad at me and they're telling me I'm not allowed to have conversations with people. It's because they don't want those details from my childhood coming out that solidifies my argument against their argument. And their argument is in secret. Okay, so now that being said, let's fire this up again and try. We're fairly close to where we left off.
I did not say that I subscribe to his viewpoint or anything else, okay?
Okay, first of all, I don't know if we cover this, but Dincy's viewpoint is the viewpoint of a psychotic murdering lunatic who's hunting me down to eradicate me, which violates all law. And Seymour has chosen, just like all the other lawyers, that they're not going to defend me. Let me rephrase that. My defense attorney, Seymour answered, just like Jonathan Franklin in 2013, I don't want to say anything that's going to get a cop fired, refuses to defend me against fabricated charges and pissed off psychotic murdering cops. That's the entire purpose of the judicial system. If you don't have that, we might as well just walk up and blow people away, especially the cops, because that defeats the entire purpose. Well, the cop doesn't like you, so it's okay. Well, then why do we have a judicial system?
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
I mean, any quick expansion on that, right?
Right, exactly. That's like to keep everyone safe.
Yeah. Yeah, the concept of the judicial system is to make sure that if someone gets convictions or goes to jail, that they're close to possible as being accurate. You can never be perfect, but to try to make sure that it is a sure thing. Yeah. It's not a bunch of kids playing around on a Monopoly board or something. No. Okay? The reason law is black and white is so that because people's lives are at stake, and that's different from someone going out and saying, like me, because they like to try to flip it around on me that I can't see myself, so that's why they're doing it. Yeah. Me going out and building adult sites and building these adult systems and being a fun-loving, friendly person and not gung-ho G.I. Joe professional, but still professional, having personality, to them is somehow the same thing as we're going to hunt you down and kill you and not support you. Right? Things that don't make sense, but they're trying to compare these apple and orange out of context things make me think that what they're doing is my fault. Okay, so Dincy, as he states, and it's true, with a lot of others, has an agenda. That's a crime.
The bottom line is this. We're talking conspiracy. Okay? So, Sean Dempsey wants you locked up because he feels you're an annoyance to society.
Sean Dempsey wants me locked up because he feels, well, even if he says you are, it's still an opinion, a menace to society. But what's his definition? First of all, that's irrelevant. But what is his definition? A guy that gives me a ticket for 1.5 inches in the red, what's his definition? Or on his Facebook, hunting down people who might have parties, which is perfectly legal.
Yes.
What is his definition of a menace to society, like Adolf Hitler's definition of good or bad people, right?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So his opinion is irrelevant because law is based on laws on books.
Right. Facts.
Yeah.
Books. Yeah, exactly.
Penal codes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Not opinion.
Yeah. And there's a no penal code for having a party.
I don't know anything
No, there
about
isn't.
law. I believe you.
There's penal code for noise disturbances.
Right, but not having a party.
Yeah. So when
Okay.
Dincy states on his Facebook that I've contacted all the neighbors and we're going to stop it before it happens, he's breaking the law.
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard of noise complaints for
Yeah.
sure. but no.
And then he's not a detective either. So where does he have the boundaries?
There's no,
Right? His boundaries are sit in a stupid car and patrol, and if you see some guy running, you know what I'm saying? It's very simplified. We're not talking brain surgery or years of education here.
Right.
Okay, so
That links to 2013 arrest of Jensen.
I'm concentrating on right now
Okay.
what I can identifiably do. Okay? I believe that Sean Dempsey, working with Neighborhood Watch, working with maybe some native councils, are keeping an eye on you and wanting to do anything they can to put the pressure on anyone they can to lock you up.
okay, this is very important. Sean Dincy, he doesn't like me, he feels this. But more importantly, the city council. And remember, Sean Dincy, yesterday, I don't know if he won or not, is running for city council. So clearly he has some ties with city council.
Right.
But that still doesn't make sense. Why is city council hunting down Kevin Perlman?
Right.
Right? These are the important questions. They're going to try to cover up their crime spree against me and turn it around. But it all has to start at 29 years old, when I was sitting in an office with Mike Huntley, who went from a 15-year, I'm your friend since 14 years old, to 29, we're using the system against you, and all those other things, letting me know that he and the police are hunting me down to eradicate me and exterminate me. The city is mad at Kevin Perlman for moving back from Colorado because my family and Mike Huntley wanted me to move back. I'm waiting. You know, it's like I
Right.
can't.
There's no reason.
I mean, is it because when I was 16 I peeled out my car? You know, things that don't make sense, right? It's like, doesn't make any sense. And so, first of all, that in itself is a crime. Because why is the city hunting down Kevin Perlman?
Right, why do they feel that? Like, why are they
Yeah,
asking
there's
you
got to be
at
a
all?
reason, right? But I'm not allowed to know. I just have a father and mother saying your past caught up with you, and you know what you did.
Your mom said that too?
Yeah. Hinting I need to leave the country. So if I were to break down my childhood life, which remember this starts at 5, but let's go to 16. Well, we heard, actually you didn't hear it, but you heard it, Greg Waugh. Me stopping my brother from bashing Greg Waugh's head in with a crowbar. Me building cars and my mom mad that like her driveway's messy. You know, some little speeding here and some peeling out, which
Who doesn't? You know,
kids do it all the time, and I can't tell you even at this age how many kids I see peeling out or racing around. I even have video footage of hit and runs from kids.
You do, I saw that.
And no, they're not being hunted by the city or anything, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I remember you caught it on camera.
Yeah.
And that guy got pissed.
Yeah, then they were mad that I had it on camera. Not the girl, not the guy. The guy that witnessed the event and the girl that was in the car,
That got
the
hit.
victim, was mad that I had it on camera. Not so I should let you die, or you know, it's like
I'd be like thankful, you know,
Yeah.
that was on camera. It's yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So
I
yeah,
didn't
it's
deter
just
you,
pure.
I
No,
know.
I mean I want you to jump in, so it's
Okay.
good. Okay, so you see the connection, the admission, first of all, of a crime, a judicial and city level, government level, constitutional crime. But I want to bring up this next point with Brittany. We are here in Thousand Oaks, Ventura County.
Completely different county.
Correct, different county. I'm in LA County, out in Woodland Hills. We are in Ventura County, meaning LAPD doesn't operate out here. City Council, first of all, Dempsey is City Council in District 12. That's not even my area. That's Chatsworth area.
Really?
Yeah, that's Northridge and
I didn't
Chatsworth.
know that.
That's not even Woodland Hills area. Okay?
Okay.
But not only that, we're going to take that out of the equation because that's too close. We're out here in Thousand Oaks in Ventura County,
Yeah.
out of jurisdiction of LAPD. Brittany, when we go around the city here in Thousand Oaks, what do you see at every place we go?
The same things. Like
The
people, the homes, the cars.
the people working on me in anger and rage, right?
The people like with the patterns and all
Correct.
that
The
stuff.
mental illness
The
tactics
same things that I saw in the
with the
ballot.
patterns, the honking horns. The people see me, they honk their horns twice. They park their cars backwards in twos. They park identical cars, like maybe two white Lexuses will pull up. People will start showing up in identical clothing, maybe 10 people with solid black pants, solid green shirts, trying to trigger me and get reactions with the police.
Same thing as in the ballot.
Okay, so the same thing in Ventura County, which, by the way, I've been with police abuse to Las Vegas, Mexico, Washington, D.C. in front of the White House, watching White House security follow me around. But wait, a few people in Sean Dempsey and City Council. Do you see a, what's the word I'm looking for? Ambiguity or inconsistency here?
Well, yeah, it shouldn't be anything to do with that, yeah. Right?
Correct. If it's the City Council in District 12 in Chatsworth or even Woodland Hills, someone, who knows, someone got some gossip about me and said, I want that Kevin Perlman gone, dead or gone. Why are we in Ventura County?
Right.
And I'm being attacked by mass groups. And in Washington, D.C., in front of the White House, or Las
Mexico.
Vegas, or Florida, or Mexico, Wisconsin, Idaho, Utah, right? It doesn't make sense.
Right.
It's not a city council thing, even though
That's
that's their latest pressure thugging play.
That's what I was gonna say. It's not just a small little few people or
Yeah.
whatever. Because who said that? Seymour. And
Seymour,
your mom,
yeah.
like just a small group of these people.
Yeah.
Did your
Well, my
say
mom
that
says
too?
on the phone it's 1 or 2 people.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 or 2 billion.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. So it's not just a small local thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what the point I was getting at. My point was just, is this really city council? No, but even if it was just city council, that's still Rodney Kinging constitutional violation, but this is global, worldwide.
Right.
But I'm just trying to, I guess, convey the magnitude that these people are all full of shit, right? I mean, and that's why everything that comes out of everyone's mouth, especially my lawyer, Seymour, or anyone else's, Richard Barnwell, lawyer Richard Barnwell at the Cochran firm before Richard, my family, everyone, they're trying to negate these worldwide operations. Yeah. Okay. I mean, before I started playing anything on that, or
I mean, I'm surprised Seymour even acknowledged that, honestly.
that's the
About
first of
this.
anything he's really acknowledged. When I went into his office in the beginning, he played this game like all the others. You know, I'm never going to agree with you that the things going on are happening, and then him going bye-bye as I leave, with every other lawyer working with Detective Angela Stewart, letting me know that he's in the loop with the corrupt murderers. Right.
Why do you think he said that?
What?
That Dempsey is out to get you and wants to put you away for a long time.
I think what they're doing are kind of like cover-up operate. Like, okay, for example, this huge thing's happen. Like the same thing my mother was doing at 29. Rhodey comes into my life, the fourth guy, let's make money and go to strip clubs.
Right.
And then I flip out. Something's very wrong because I'm noticing all this shit going on worldwide and tracing back to my roots, but I don't believe what I'm seeing or finding out. And my mother says, you know, whatever happened is over. And then kind of showing that wait a minute, what do you know about what happened? Right?
Right.
Like you're in on something, and especially when they're saying my past caught up with me, and then playing this game like it's this tiny little thing. You know, some guy took you to a strip club and you flipped out, and now it's over. And I hope you learned your lesson. Don't go to strip clubs again.
Right.
But it's not about strip clubs. It's about control.
Right.
And it's not about just strip clubs. It's about you're not allowed to go to coffee shops. You're not allowed to sit at park benches longer than 10 minutes. You're not allowed to
Sit on the sidewalk.
build cars at 16. You're not allowed to sit on the sidewalk or whatever. But what is it really about? Because nobody cares if you have hobbies of photography or playing pool or wearing fun-loving Lord's Gym shirts or whatever.
No.
So it's not really about control, even though it appears as control. But when you're running around going, they're trying to control me, you look crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about eradication and making someone look crazy.
Right.
So yeah, whatever happened is over. But it's not over because you're watching people attack you. And then they go, you suffer from obsession because that happened and it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And like, for example, hey Kevin, it's been 18 years and that strip club thing's over with. You know, you suffer from obsession. There was some kind of trauma. I mean, it's sort of ad-libbing what they would say. You suffer from trauma because when you were 29, something happened and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Negating that when I, even walking in here a half an hour ago, there were two people honking horns twice when they saw me. And I think 2 or 3 ladies sitting in cars backwards waiting for me, which is one of the cryptic hinting tactics of it, right?
How long did it take for you to figure out like that was directed at you? You know, because like with the honking and the cars and
I knew
stuff?
pretty fast. I just couldn't believe it. Because
that's right.
like what happened was at 2000 or around 1 or 2,
Mm-hmm.
I knew that something was wrong with Mike and that relationship was hosed, and I was kind of in denial, like I don't understand what's going on, and all these things are coming to light, but I'm not believing.
Well, you don't want to believe it.
Yeah, and I don't want to believe it because it's so out there and strange. And I'm kind of going to coffee shops trying to relax and start my life over. And the first things I can remember were the whistling. Mike Huntley in the office singing World Paranoia over and over, threatening my life. And then the whistlers, everywhere I went, people would walk by and whistle at me or see me and start whistling, which still happens today.
Yeah.
And the chefs. Remember, these are patterns. The chefs at almost every restaurant would see me and start whistling, which I actually think, as of 2 nights ago, I traced back to something I totally forgot about, was my brother with his friends purchasing the Anarchist's cookbook. I was watching the movie, some shrink movie with Robin Williams, where the son bought the Anarchist cookbook. I said, oh my God, I forgot all about that. My brother and his friends, they bought the Anarchist cookbook and they kind of hid it by the door, in the cabinet by the door. And you can sort of, once again, through, I guess like deductive reasoning, if my father's running around saying I lit the back hill on fire when my brother was running around with sparklers with Richard Grunberg intentionally lighting the hill on fire to pin on me, then clearly they were probably hiding the Anarchist cookbook by the door to pin that on me as well with the other 100,000 things. Right? Anyways, so the first tactics, aside from the whistling, was, let's say I go to a coffee shop and go, hi, howdy, partner, or whatever. And then I drive down to Laguna maybe the next day, and I walk into maybe that was Starbucks, and then I walk into a coffee bean in Laguna Beach, and the employee goes, hi, howdy, partner, how you doing? And this went on for years. Coffee shop to restaurant, mimicking everything I say from stranger to stranger. Now you're watching it, but what do you say? I mean, would you believe it? Would you?
Well, at first I'd be like, okay, maybe it's a coincidence. But when it happens,
like let's say the 100th time.
Right, I'd be like,
in a row.
Yeah, I would question.
But what would you say, and what would you say to you? What would you say to yourself or to anyone else?
Honestly, at first I would think I was losing my mind a little bit. Like, what is happening? Like, I know I'm seeing this.
And you're not really questioning your sanity, but you're sort of like, I'm seeing it, but it can't be happening, right?
Correct. I think just for me personally, I feel like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And it would make me feel like maybe I'm scared.
Yeah.
You know?
It's freaky.
Yeah.
It's unheard of. And even gang stalking situations, that's gang stalking, but that's gang stalking on steroids, because normal gang stalking is within a small community. It's like the thing I have on my website where the guy inherited his father's house, and one of the people was mad and jealous, and he was telling the firemen and police to tell everyone in the community to drive by the house and honk as you drive by. But that's a small little town, local.
Right.
This is worldwide.
Right. It's
Unanimously working together.
unheard of.
Yeah. I mean, how do you trying to process that is like, but remember, the most important thing is that I'm the target, and I'm isolated out of the loop, and everyone else is in the loop. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's it's isolating.
Yeah.
Like there's nowhere to turn.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's how I would.
Yeah,
feel,
and then you get the evidence on video, and they keep refusing to see it, and then the more aggressive it gets, they still refuse to see it, showing the true colors, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you not acknowledge that?
Yeah.
You know, like truly.
The death threats. You're a snitch. You're dead. You don't talk. You're dead.
Oh, they didn't.
It is
say
what
that.
it is. What?
And then the response you get is, "Oh, they didn't say that. I didn't hear that."
Yeah, exactly. That's when you really know.
So-
Or when you bring the hard drive into the police station and they start cryptically threatening you. Well, even if the guy's crazy, why are they threatening
They shouldn't.
him? Right?
Yeah.
Why are they
Exactly.
mad? That anger. It's the anger which gives it away. That's the tell.
Right.
Right?
Why would they be angry? Or
Yeah. Because people aren't angry at crazy people.
something? No.
Right?
Not for no reason.
Yeah.
You know.
And when I see someone walking down the street talking to themselves, I don't get pissed off and grab a baseball bat and start trying to kill them.
No.
Right? So
No,
the
it's-
anger from the police and the lawyers and all the people around me, it's coming from a reason.
Right.
It's not because they think I'm crazy. It's
It's a
because I
preconceived-
know something and they don't want me talking.
And their preconceived notions about you, right?
Well, yeah, that
Like
too,
told
because
or
the lies and defamation.
Right.
Kevin's a pedophile. Kevin is in love with his cousin or something, right? Kevin is harassing waitresses. Kevin has done all these road rage things that don't exist. Kevin. So, but then you try to have a honest conversation about that, and it's I don't know what you're talking about.
You're paranoid. You don't know.
Yeah, and that's where it gets strange, because if I walk up to someone and I think they committed a crime,
Right.
I say, you did this. You're a piece of shit and you did this.
Right. You don't say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and my father's words, you know what you did. And then it was, well, you know, when people commit a crime, they're not told what they did because they can lie.
That makes no sense.
No one would say that except for a liar.
Right. That doesn't make it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm going to accuse you of things, but I don't have to be held accountable
I don't
of my
tell you
accusations.
yeah, exactly. But then how? It makes no sense.
Right?
Yeah.
This is coming from a psychotic murderer that says people aren't allowed to defend themselves.
Right. Well,
And-
you're not allowed to, right? That's what he said.
Sure, but remember, he's saying it. He also says, I think differently. So he's trying to like brainwash me, right? Kevin, you think differently, and when people do things, they're not told what they do, and this is how life is, and you know, you fucked up. Well, what did I do? Well, people aren't told what they did.
Yeah. What did you do? If he's saying you messed up, like, isn't it his job?
That's
to
the
tell
point.
you?
But then he's saying, I think differently, and people aren't told.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you know you're dealing with a psychotic murderer.
Right.
Right? You're walking down the street, you step on a leaf, a pickaxe comes out and it lodges in your skull, and it's your fault because you ruined his life.
Right.
Because
You crunched
he
it.
could have told you what you did, but people aren't told what they did. They're just hunted and killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is
right?
completely false in the
Yeah,
first place.
yeah.
So, I
So,
mean, that's how you put people in jail. You have to know what you're accused of doing,
yeah,
right?
correct.
So. it doesn't
But
make
then they try to set me up and get reactions and go, well, now you know what you did.
sense. Right.
Wait, 42 years later, after fabricating, falsified everything, watching billions of people for 18/42 years try to eradicate me, I passed out cards and it got a little messy.
How did it get messy? What do you mean? Because you didn't do
It's a
anything
long
wrong.
story because people would take them off and rip them up and throw them on the car, on the street. Sometimes I would throw a few in front of people to be like, you're going to clean me up, well, I'll give you something to clean up. You know, things like that. But never was it about what's being done to me in these mass groups.
Right.
And then the judicial system with my lawyer and everyone else he's trying to force cards on us. Like it's some Jerry Maguire agenda here.
It's totally taken out of context.
Yeah, no, everything's in self-defense. Leave me the fuck alone.
Right.
No, we won't. It is what it is. And if you say something, it's going to get a lot worse for you. Things like that on video.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's going to get a lot worse for me? Just stop.
Right.
No, we won't.
So it's like, what do you do?
And then it's my fault.
Right.
But it's not explain to me how it's my fault.
So then what are you supposed to do about it? How are you supposed to
Die.
change anything?
That's the message. We're going to hunt you and kill you. You better learn to accept it. Die. Or we're going to lock you away. We're going to rid you of the world. Eradication. Just die. Ron Perlman to Kevin. Just die. Right?
Because you're not being told what you did, which is
Yeah.
you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So how are you supposed to take any type of corrective action if you didn't even know what you did in the first place?
Correct. Oh, and then again, they have this big thing about hinting that I have to change.
Right, but like, what
And
do you
so
do?
it's
What do
like,
you need to change? What do you need
correct.
To
Should I go out and buy Uzis and blow people away? Because that's what they're telling me.
That would be a
They're
change.
saying Kevin, you need to change, or we're gonna not stop stop hunting you down and killing you. Okay, so I have to stop being a good person and now go buy machetes and cleave people's heads off or decapitate, or maybe I should go out and disembowel, pin some people to the ceiling and disembowel them and create art with their long intestines. I don't know, right?
Oh.
I mean, because that's the message they're giving to me is, Kevin, don't be a good person.
Right.
You have to change. And then you have Dincy's going, Kevin's a lunatic for being a good person, so you have to change and go out and start killing people. Do you see the...
Right. It makes
No,
sense.
so you're being punished for
So-
being a really good person,
Exactly.
and the punishments are horrific, and they're beyond any level of inhumane and even comprehensible,
Exactly. Yeah.
right?
And that's what I was going to say. What did when we first turned this on, what was he saying? Oh my God, Seymour. When we didn't know, me to turn it on at the beginning, the recording, he said something like,
This, just now?
it was, yeah, but before we started recording. But it was related to that. I don't know what he said.
But the Starbucks, I'm concentrating on right now what I can identifiably do. Okay? I believe that Sean Dempsey stepped right to his viewpoint or anything else.
Crazy
Okay?
man, do you understand? I know he feels that, but he's a crazy man.
That's okay.
Is this about where we were?
That is, but it's different. It said something about Starbucks, and then they're trying to say that then you said these things and threatened me or whatever. Sorry.
Hold on, I'm just... Well, there's this thing from last week, which was earlier in this, which Karen said, he says, Karen agrees that I didn't threaten to kill all Starbucks customers, but I could be a,
Public nuisance or something?
not a pub, those weren't the words, but a disturbing the peace or something like that.
Okay. It was so much talking about Dincy, though. Like, Dincy then took that and tried to make it.
Yeah, well, Disney's saying I'm a lunatic here, a menace to society. It's right here.
That I subscribe to his viewpoint or anything else. Okay? Alright. The bottom line is this. We're talking conspiracy. Okay? So, Sean Dempsey wants you locked up because he feels you're an annoyance to society.
I know this also links to 2013 arrest of Jansen.
Okay, so I think we spoke about this last week, but I'm just going to reiterate. Dincy thinks I'm a menace to society. I mentioned 2013, Dincy coming after me with Jensen, showing that this is an agenda, and Seymour cuts me off, trying to make that not look relevant.
Yeah. He's like, just wants to focus on it.
Yeah, now that doesn't make any sense, because it shows a pattern with a psychotic cop hunting someone down. Now, if we all thought like that, if we all lived in the present at the moment, never had the ability, like, to have peripheral vision, or to look around, or to observe situations, or be curious, we would all be like dead.
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
and like, let me give you a theoretical example. And I'll just, Brittany, if you knew a guy, let's say you knew a guy and 20 years ago he raped you.
I'm not going around doing that.
Correct. Now this guy comes back 20 years and he says, come on, Brittany, let's go out, blah, blah, blah.
No.
And exactly, no way. And then he says, this is how the response kind of happens to me. You're crazy, Brittany. You're crazy, and you suffer from obsession because that was 20 years ago.
That's
right?
Not okay. Yeah,
correct. There are
crazy.
things. There are little things that don't matter. That are forgivable,
Totally.
and there are big things. And
change
things
you.
like cleaving people's arms and legs off with machetes or things like that
Change
are
your
not
life.
forgettable things.
No, it changes you for life.
Yeah, the law term is called damages,
Yeah.
whether it's criminal or civil. Damages,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
And that's the entire point of how my family's babbling their weird rhetoric or the police or
That was
this.
20 years ago, but you're right. No,
Yeah.
Like that example that you just gave or whatever, if somebody is abused and then 20 years later the perpetrator comes and it's like, hey, let's kick it or whatever. Like 20
Yeah.
years ago, like, whatever. It's like, are you kidding?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah,
I hope, like, that was super clear to me, you know? Putting it in those terms, too.
yeah. So Dincy, 2013 is the same type of thing, right? You don't forget about that shit,
No.
especially with the context of the situation of why he arrested me. He didn't arrest me because I'm a public nuisance. He arrested me because he's trying to cover up a crime of horrible, all day and night, 18 years of unspeakable things that are still going on from person to person every single day of my life. And not one person will address me as, oh, you're Kevin Perlman, and what's been done to your life is unacceptable, or I know you because of this or that. It's I don't know you and you don't talk from each and every person I meet, or else. And Dincy, within that context, trying to cover those things up, it makes it even a million times greater. So even if you were to take that out,
What, 2013?
or if you were to take the context of the worldwide gang stalkings being done to me, that they all know is going on, out of the equation,
Yeah.
and leave it at, well, Dincy was mad at me in 2013 and he still followed me in 2017 from place
4
to
years
place.
later, yeah.
It's still a valid argument in a courtroom,
It's been ongoing.
correct,
Yeah.
but now we throw in the bigger picture that Dincy's involved in something much bigger, with city councils linked all over the entire planet. Now you really have to
Right.
understand the context.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm concentrating on right now what I can identifiably do. Okay?
Sure, right now, but he needs to be able to argue on behalf of the situation.
Correct. Context.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I believe that Sean Dempsey, working with Neighborhood Watch, working with maybe some neighbor councils, are keeping an eye on you and wanting to do anything they can to put the pressure on anyone they can to lock you up.
Okay, so that's important. Since when do city councils run around telling people to lock people up?
Put pressure on you any other time to get you locked up.
Yeah.
Don't.
I mean, what is a city council? It's a city's council to run around going, I don't like that guy, kill that guy? Isn't that like
I've never heard of
go against? I've never heard of city councils targeting individuals.
No.
I've heard of city councils going, we don't want trash dumps in our city.
Right.
I've never heard of city councils going, you see that guy? He looks like he doesn't make much money and he doesn't fit in around the city, so we're going to hunt him and kill him.
No, it's not legitimate at all.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
It
Never.
doesn't, the city council, when Seymour was talking about not in my neighborhood,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
in my NIMBYs,
NIMBYs.
not in my neighborhood, or something like that. I looked that up on the internet, and it has to do with like the same thing I'm saying, like trash dumps, or we don't want this this jail in Thousand Oaks because it makes Thousand Oaks look like a shitty area. So NIMBY, not in my whatever area.
NIMBY. What is the B?
I might not be saying it right.
No, I think you are.
Not in my neighborhood.
Oh, okay. NIMBY.
It's not, you see that guy is Jewish, so the city council is going to hunt down the Jewish guy, not in my neighborhood. No, it has to do with trash dumps or jail cells or building, right?
It has to be.
So you see this theme going on? The city doesn't like Kevin, so they're going to hunt him down and eradicate him.
For what reason?
Not the NIMBYs, not in my neighborhood. We don't want you in our neighborhood. We're going to hunt you down and eradicate you.
Right.
These are all mass crimes. These have nothing to do with political statements or people voting on city councils. I'm a person. I'm not a freaking building, right?
Exactly. you're a human being.
Yeah. So what's going on is no different than what Adolf Hitler did, but they're twisting and contorting this jargon that doesn't make any sense and feeding it to me, right? So he's saying the city council's hunting. Well, wait, that's not what city councils do.
Right.
And if the city council is hunting me down to eradicate me, then the feds need to show up and deal with the people on the city council and lock them away, because the city council are the Gestapo, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay, so that doesn't. It doesn't. How do you even process that? I mean, but what we do know is that I'm being hunted by mass worldwide groups. With these terror tactics and mental illness tactics and disinformation tactics, and to try to make me look crazy and to try to remove me from society. So quite possibly, and I've seen this done a lot, is Seymour gives me the disinformation and then I spout things that sound crazy and people go, what are you talking about? That's crazy. Right?
Okay. To make you, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
If I walk up to someone who goes, the city council doesn't like me, blah, blah, you're crazy. That's not what the city council does.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Right.
But we do know there is an agenda. It's just there's no honesty behind what it really is.
Right.
Of the Starbucks incident, they John Dempsey, of the witnesses, influenced them to say things that at first they didn't believe.
This is the part I was
That's
talking about.
okay. Sean Dinsey, this is important. Sean Dinsey influenced the Starbucks witnesses, who, by the way, are actively hunting me and stalking me with the Starbucks Corporation and the Coffee Bean Corporation and the Pete's Corporation and the restaurants. Sean Dinsey influenced them, yeah, because Sean Dinsey, head of these neighborhood murder watch groups, which I have tons of screen captures, or you can go to his Facebook. Hey, we have a neighborhood watch meeting, and they are not neighborhood watch groups. They are neighborhood stalking groups.
Right.
His kind can't exist. Everyone go after him. That's not the definition of neighborhood watch group. So keep that in context. When Starbucks picks up the phone and says, "I think I got something on Kevin," they call Dinsey, and Dinsey says, "Good, just say whatever you want to say, and we'll write it in the paper." Because we want to rid this guy of the world.
Right.
Okay? Why? Because Dinsey thinks I'm a lunatic. Why? Because I learned how to build cars when I was 16 by buying books from the bookstore and learning in my garage how to build cars on my own.
Well,
So I'm a public nuisance. I need to
reason.
die. I mean,
Right. There's no reason.
yeah. And even if that was at 16, I'm 47.
Right.
Okay, so now Dinsey's running around. Well, when Kevin was 16, he built cars. How dare he? He's a public nuisance. Hidden Hills boys don't build cars. He's a public nuisance. Or maybe it's, well, Kevin went to strip clubs, and I'm married. Strippers disgust me, and I'm married. But Kevin went to strip clubs and he built adult websites.
Why does it bother him so much? That's the thing.
Correct. And that's the point, is there's no crime.
No.
There's no public nuisance or crime or menace or
Even if
lunatic.
it goes against his beliefs or whatever. Why does
Correct.
it bother him?
Now, doesn't that make him pretty much a Nazi?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, why did Adolf Hitler kill the Jews? Were they public nuisances or menaces to society?
No.
Okay, they were just different.
They were people. They were human beings that
Correct.
he.
They had a different
that weren't
belief
like him.
structure.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say different, because different is
No,
they
just
had a
weren't
different
the same
belief
as him.
structure on God, and that's it.
Yeah.
And in his mind, those dirty Jews or whatever, they don't think like us. They read the goddamn Torah. How dare they? Well, I mean,
Ridiculous.
they're public nuisances and they're menaces to society. It's the same thought process. It's just a different a different story. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right?
Because it's irrelevant. Like, why does it bother him that
Yeah.
much? Why?
Kevin's hanging out at strip clubs.
Okay, so it's
So
like half of
I'm not
the
going to tell you that's the. What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. Most, like, I don't know, it's not.
Elegant, lucrative, mainstream, things that people accepted, things that people. I don't want to say socially accepted because.
Or what is it? Taboo? No, not stereotype. People judge the shit.
Okay, look. Let me just. If you hang out with strippers and porn stars, and you're hanging out with Joe Blow in Calabasas, and he's got a family, and he's an accountant, and he has a family, and he has kids, he might not want this guy associated with him because he wants a nice, wholesome lifestyle.
Right.
And I get that.
I understand that too,
but there's a difference between not wanting to be around and hunting someone down.
Correct. Then just don't be around them. Then.
Yeah, don't talk to them.
And
It's like if I'm Republican and you're Democrat,
right.
and you saying, well, Kevin, you're a Republican, so now I have to hunt you and kill you and lock you away in jail because you're... And I would say, like most normal people,
you have issues.
I really don't... Well, I would say that too. I probably... but I would say, what, you can't like be in a room with me and not talk about politics, or if it bothers you that much, just not talk to me and accept me and keep it there, right? Like you don't have to leave. Just don't talk to me. Just go mingle with your friends. And I'm if someone's like that, I don't want to be friends with their friends anyways.
It shouldn't bother someone that much to have like this.
Yeah, and so we're not talking about I don't accept you or like you. We're talking about I'm going to hunt you down and kill you, like Adolf Hitler, because you're different. And there's a big line that they're crossing there. Mm-hmm. So Dincy, Kevin's a menace to society because he went to strip clubs and he built it all websites, and then that was all the story. Then he got into studio photography on green screen, and you've seen the Kevin Perlman photography.
Yeah.
Okay, so and there's not even any nudity in there.
No, zero.
Okay, and so while we have Glamour and Vogue magazines on the supermarket stands and nobody cares, Kevin Perlman does the same type of thing but a little more creative.
Very creative.
I'm a menace to society, needs to be hunted and killed and eradicated or locked away, with all city councils worldwide and all the models that Model Mayhem turned against me from Aubrey Fisher sent after me, and one model plays, and everywhere else. Now it really doesn't make sense. Because people within the same industry don't say you're a menace to society for getting into photography with all the other photographers.
Right.
It
doesn't matter.
Right, okay. And the same thing was with the gym. Well, you went to the gym, and my stepfather hinting, I'm obsessed with going to the gym because I go to the gym 4 times a week. How dare I?
What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Correct, and it shows that they're just making up just the craziest things. And then the people at the gym, you go to the gym too much. And
seriously?
Yeah, and then the guys that go 7 days a week are like, Kevin goes to the gym too much. And then
are you kidding?
And then you have these speeches with the girl at the front door telling you that you don't have to become big, buff, and huge, like some kind of weird obsession speech. But yet everyone in there is big, buff, and huge.
So why is it
and I'm not.
You?
Right?
I don't get it. It's like
they sabotage everything before it starts, each and everything.
Right, because you don't have a chance.
Yeah, and they have these crazy arguments that don't apply to anyone else. And there's agenda and motive behind it. And then they run around with weird things. Well, he has addictive personality disorder. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. You have no problem with a guy going 7 days a week and entering Mr. Olympia contests or whatever the hell they are.
Right.
He doesn't have addictive personality disorder. The guy that goes 4 days a week.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Okay, so.
Yeah, go ahead,
Instead of one that you threaten them thereafter. I also believe.
Yeah, so he's talking about the Starbucks,
Yeah,
and the Starbucks employees making up the lies, obviously told to by Dincy that I threatened to kill all Starbucks customers because Dincy's running around saying I'm the next Unabomber with sending Victoria Walker after me. And that was around 26. I'm 47 now, with Michael Bialis and Brian Longbottom. And then he switches to I'm the next Vegas shooter, trying to get search warrants for my house, with my father paying off Victoria Walker to give me the toy gun, which we had several other discussions about the Second Amendment. And I'm allowed to.
You're allowed
before
to
these
own
convictions,
them.
I would have been allowed to own a firearm because of the Second Amendment. So how do you run around saying Kevin's crazy and has a gun?
Especially when you
I want a
gave it to
search
you.
warrant
You're
because
done.
he has a photo of a toy gun that anyone can see, paid off by Victoria Walker. Oh, by the way, my father saw it in front of him at my 30th birthday, so he knew it was a toy gun while pitching this bullshit.
Absolutely.
But it still doesn't make sense like everything else because I have the
It's like, who cares?
constitutional rights to own a firearm,
Exactly.
showing the agenda.
Right.
That what's okay for everyone else in the world is not okay for Kevin.
Sean Dempsey got the FBI involved.
Can you rewind a tiny bit?
So which part?
Just when he starts talking about, just like 10 seconds.
Instead of believe that he threatened them thereafter. I also believe that Sean Dempsey got the FBI involved. Okay? So,
You just
Remember the video you saw of Dincy? Oh, okay, first of all,
at your house with
just for the
agents?
viewers,
The agents at your house.
Brittany has seen the video. There's absolutely me doing nothing wrong, nor is there any type of threat, or even talking to anyone but the Starbucks employees with a
Right.
smile and going peace. And basically, I got you on camera harassing me.
Why do you have the FBI involved? That's crazy.
Well, remember, okay, now remember that Brittany has also seen 4 videos of police break-in attempts.
Yeah, with those 2 people that wanted to be put, they said they were FBI, right? Or CIA?
Okay, and then, first of all, for the context.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I'm not. For the context, I have called FBI and Internal Affairs about 50 times, way before Sean Dincy got the FBI involved.
Yeah.
Okay? So the FBI was already involved. And Internal Affairs has opened investigations for years. Whether they're going to do something, I can't tell you.
From you calling them.
Correct.
Okay.
All these things, all these illegal things by the police have been reported to the FBI and Internal Affairs, and they're on my website for years.
And they hung up on you though. I was scared that one
Oh, the FBI?
The recording of it?
Because I keep calling with newer and newer incidences, and they won't get off their ass and do something. They just keep shirking responsibility.
Exactly.
But remember, before this, I've been to the White House of the United States of America, showing their involvement. Okay, back to the original thing. Just a few people in my neighborhood with the White House of the President of the United States of America at the time, Obama, but this starts years before that. My point is that if I'm not naming specific presidents or names, my point is that if I am at the White House in Washington, D.C. of the United States of America, proving a point with policeabuse.com, then this is coming from the top. Okay? I can't specifically tell you who or where, but I can tell you that having White House security follow you from place to place for walking in front with the other tourists for 10 minutes is not a normal defensive reaction against random. It's just a random tourist stalking, right?
No. It's crazy, and the fact that he just said that the FBI were involved, that proves right there.
Okay.
It's not just a few people.
Correct. Now here's the thing. Dincy comes on the 6th attempt to break in my house. And remember at 29 they had Rody Morales try to plant a trash bag full of marijuana in my house.
Right.
Okay, before legalization of marijuana. So you know, why do they want to get in my house? Who knows? Plant these guns, you don't know.
No idea. But it's
They're
scary
trying to
think
set me
about.
up somehow.
I mean, that's scary to think about, right? Because you
Yeah.
don't know what they're capable of.
Yeah. Now, remember that 90% of what Seymour says are lies. So Dincy comes with an FBI. We have on video. This time, Dincy doesn't try the door, but the FBI person tries the door. And Dincy says, I'm here with the FBI. You're not in trouble. We just want to talk about why people are mad at you. Yet the night before, some of the Dincy crew tried to set me up to make it look like I was going after homeless or women in bathrooms and things like that.
Right.
The night before. Okay, so is it fair to say through deductive reasoning that most likely that dude wasn't an FBI agent? They wanted to cover up trying to check the door. And Dincy was trying to set me up because and ask incriminating questions that he could twist and contort like usual to cover up the video footage I had the night before of setup operations with the Dincy Neighborhood Watch crew to eradicate all imperfection. Okay, so I highly doubt they were really FBI, and Seymour kind of keeps telling me what he wants to tell me to try to silence me, because as we spoke last week, what kind of defense attorney tells you to cut a deal? What's the word? What's it called when you take a dive in a boxing fight? You're paid off to take a dive. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. To
throw the fight. Whatever.
Is that what it's called?
Throw in the towel. No.
Oh my gosh, was it throw?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. What Dincy is telling me, and we explained this before, is Karen T. Phillips fucked up. She wants an out. So I need to sacrifice my life for Karen T. Phillips by going in a mental institution so we can have on record that Kevin's crazy. But yet, I handed a hard drive full of what I handed you, of evidence of mass group stalking me, to Karen T. Phillips, in pre-trial, showing that this really should not go to trial, and you guys need to throw this fucking out, because I have this 100,000 silver bullets, hence why Seymour intentionally wouldn't talk about anything. Showing that she knew beforehand. She has no excuse. She knew beforehand, and even if she didn't have the hard drive, we all damn well she knows who I am. That if she made the decision to destroy my life, knowing that I'm a good person, now she wants an out, and I'm supposed to be the stand-up good guy and take the high road and sacrifice even more of what's left of my little bit infinitesimal left of my life for her, who could have flat out said this is wrong and unacceptable. Why would I do that?
Why would you know?
Why would I take that dive?
Well, no.
I'm not even getting paid to take the dive.
No, not at all. It's to throw, right? Yeah, you're not. Yeah.
And if I'm gonna take that dive, you better give me about $1 billion. But I still wouldn't take the dive for $1 billion. The truth is gonna come out first, and then people need to be sued for damages because I'm not that type of person.
Right. Absolutely.
And I will sacrifice everything for the truth, my own life.
That's why all of us.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But hey, please cover me.
Yeah.
I know now. I need you to cover my arms.
Yeah. I chopped off your arms. I chopped off your legs. You're a little rolling nub now. You know, my bad. Sorry. Can you just check into a mental institution for me now?
Please.
You know.
Like you're a little rolling nub. Oh my gosh.
But that is the context of the situation.
You're
the
right.
absurdity, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Absolutely. How do you even ask that after everything, you know?
I know. I mean, wouldn't you be like, they're telling me to go to the forest or an island or whatever. No, she should freaking hop in a plane and go, I went after the weakest guy out there with billions of government dollars.
Well, if she messed up, she would do it. Yes, that's...
Right?
Exactly.
I mean,
she's like,
they redefine the word bullying, and I don't even know why Seymour was calling me a bully to begin with. Actually, I do. It doesn't make any sense, but I do.
He was saying you were the bully.
Yeah, he was hinting that I'm a bully, and he was hinting about Brian Hirsch in 8th grade, which Brian Weaver actually bullied for 1 hour's time. Right? Okay?
It's just so ridiculous.
So think of the absurdity, without totally going on a tangent. Brian Weaver in 8th grade sent after me doing the same things all the way back in 8th grade, bullies Ryan Hirsch, hence hinting about the black people and all the weird things with black people done to me. Bullies him for like, I'm not going to say an hour, a good 15 minutes.
Right.
Not some continuing all day, year after year bullying.
Right.
15 minutes of treating some kid like shit. They both then go tell the principal I did it.
You could blame for everything.
And then, correct, strategically blame. And then, supposedly I bullied Ryan Hirsch in this 15 minutes.
What did you say? You said one thing, right? Or was that someone
What?
else? Like one thing that wasn't nice or something?
No, that was Jason Gordon.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That was the only... That's not even bullying, mouthing off.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say bullying, I'm going to say mouthing off.
Right.
And he punched me in the stomach.
See, so,
Right.
I mean,
And then everyone comes after me for the rest of my life because he punched me in the stomach.
right. Oh, you made him.
Yeah,
take his
right.
fist and punch your
Okay, so I mean, he got the best of me, right? Didn't he win?
I mean.
So why am I being hunted year after? So, anyways, this 15 minutes of Ryan Hirsch. Let's say theoretically that I did
Bully him.
kind of sort of bully 15 minutes Ryan Hirsch.
Why does it matter?
I'm being
now?
hunted by every lawyer in the world and every person in the world because in 8th grade you bullied a kid. Doesn't make any sense.
Not at all.
Even if I were to have actually really bullied him.
They'd be going after everyone in the universe if that was
Yeah,
the
I mean,
case,
kids
you know?
do stupid shit in high
Kids
school,
do.
middle school. Oh, hence on Vincey's brochure it says I want to put police officers in middle schools.
Really?
Yeah, so that we can teach kids about drugs and this and that, and just pure craziness. Just
Right.
like a middle school kid does not think like that.
About drugs?
Yeah, how can I get my next crystal meth? And
Well,
I
nowadays
mean, it's
some do, but it's not.
very few, I think.
I mean,
Middle school, high school, yeah.
like 12,
Middle
13,
school,
yeah.
maybe. I mean,
It happens. Yeah, it's really sad, but
pretty-
it does happen.
still, but they have police presence. And
Right.
We're going
No,
to
I
Nazi
don't-
states.
Yeah, I don't think that
Okay,
is
so
necessary.
anyways,
Sorry. But,
I know.
No, I
we
get
get
what you're
we get
saying.
into interesting conversations. It's just
I
this
know,
is
yeah.
more
It's time. Yes.
important.
Right now, in my opinion, you do have a group of individuals after you that want to remove you from society.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, we have a group of individuals that want to remove me from society. Worldwide, but even if it wasn't, we have people stalking and hunting me.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, go ahead.
And that's all you need.
Alright, so, I don't know when our next interaction will be. Is there anything you need or not need or?
I just told it that.
Okay.
We addressed the therapy issue, the gap, we keep doing that, keep going to the.
Okay.
Yeah, therapy where he wants me to check into a residential mental institution to cover up.
I thought you meant like 4 weeks or 4 days unaccounted for or something like that.
No, but he does say something weird, like think about it, and then if the appeals, I lose the appeals, then he's gonna try to think about that in case we lose the appeals.
It's weird practice before, like in case we lose, you know.
Yeah, I think what he wants is me to say something. He wants me to give in so he knows what decision. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what I say, he's going to decide if he wants to throw in the towel on the appeals. That's my thought process.
Yeah.
Which is illegal, by the way. That's not what lawyers do.
Right. Exactly. Sounds like you're making music.
I'm missing something. It's me walking.
No, I know.
You need or not need or?
I just told it that. We addressed the therapy issue, the gap, we took care of that,
Oh, he took care of the therapy issue, the 4 weeks gap, the 4
Right.
appointments, whatever.
keep going to the.
Okay.
That might be it. Okay, I guess that's it. I thought there was a little more towards the end where I asked him to expand about the government operations.
Was that a little earlier? Or no? Because he brought up the CIA ones and the FBI one.
That part was a little earlier, and then we walk outside the courthouse, and there's a line of questioning. He says something like, "This is what I'll tell you," or something, but that might have been what we just heard. I'm not. Okay, so I query Seymour. I texted him last week. Let's see. A couple of things, actually, and I get no response, like usual.
Really?
Okay, let's see. Is there any way we can expand on our convo about government mental illness labeling, or can you point me in the direction to research?
Right.
Let me think about it. Never gets back to me. Yeah, it's just blowing me off. I mean, don't I have the right to know what the hell is going on?
Yes, absolutely.
I also was curious about this, which showed up after this. I have a progress hearing in 3 months, but after this, but on the court docket, there's this weird thing. June 20th, 10 a.m., Van Nuys Courthouse, department room, COL, collections, I'm guessing that is.
Huh. Collections like bills or like collections?
You know, like we collect money.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know why, I mean, I don't know much about why they put this information on the internet. It says, section 987.8, attorney fees payment. Maybe it just means the attorney pays some fees. I wouldn't think the attorney pays the courthouse or anything, but who knows?
Do you have to pay that?
I don't know, I was just curious, but he refused to answer
So weird.
what the hell it was. I looked up the 987. I got too much going on. I didn't want to spend the time to go into the details of it. But here, let's see, here's the 987 for you, and then there's a code I looked up. What does this say? If the court finds that the defendant is entitled to counsel but is unable to employ counsel, the court may hold a hearing or, in its discretion, order the defendant to appear before a county officer designed by the court. But I don't know. But
Can I see?
yeah, I have not taken the time.
This is what you
But I don't know what. I'm kind of digging around, wondering what the hell they're doing next to try to screw me over. But I don't know if that's anything. It might be nothing. I can't tell you.
Is there another one that was like this before?
No, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know. They might just throw it in there to try to weird me out. Also, on the appeals now, Seymour went to the. So he's giving me no answer on anything, and I asked him, what's your decision on telling me about these government labelings?
Right.
Refuses to answer.
About what do you want to know about the?
I want to know what's going on. I want to know, or at least enough information that I can understand or research.
The labels?
Look, yeah, remember last week he says that.
You're labeled already.
Look, that CIA has labeled you with mental illness, or he starts to go on saying CIA, I think, and I cut him off. I say, I know I'm labeled by the government because I've been to the White House or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know specifics. Who's coming after you? Which government organization?
That's what you want
Who's
to know.
involved?
Okay.
What the hell is going on? And an honest answer, because just because Seymour says it
Right.
doesn't mean that it's fact-checked and legit.
Right.
Right? So, there's no such thing as, that guy's crazy, we're going to watch him and hunt him on a, what's the word I'm looking, official thing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, sure, there's terrorist watch lists,
Yeah.
but that's different.
Very much so.
That's a legitimate organizational list. There's no such thing as, at least legitimately,
right.
the mental illness watch list.
No.
That guy, at 5, I labeled him violent paranoid schizo, so we're following him around watching him. There's no such legitimate thing. There's all sorts of government organizations we probably don't know about. Like the NSA, nobody really knew about the NSA until the shit hit the fan with Snowden. And there was always wives' tales I heard about from Mike Huntley or
Right.
people around me growing up, but nobody really knew it really existed or if it was true.
Mm-hmm.
So you can bet your ass there's probably some kind of psychological organization of lists that flag people
Mm-hmm.
that isn't legit. It's not like a terrorist watch list.
Right.
It's just, we're secretly, it's like the movie Animal House. You're on double secret probation, right? It's like,
Double secret probation.
yeah, it's like, hey, we're watching you, but you're not supposed to know it, and we're not going to tell you, and there's nothing legit, and there's no
Right.
paperwork. Well, that's unconstitutional.
Absolutely.
You can't just, hey, I'm having a bad day today, so that guy's crazy, so I'm going to rid him of the world.
No, I know he's on the watch list for life.
You're right, yeah, and that's what Dincy's doing, right? It's the same thing. It's profiling and stalking based on fear.
Right.
Adolf Hitler. Okay, so,
I don't know.
Well, let me just finish this thought. Here is the appeals case access showing the case is still pending, but there's no future hearing for some reason.
What? Sorry, are you done? Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm so confused.
And remember that the computer paperwork isn't ironclad,
Mm-hmm.
but
Documents found.
it's usually fairly accurate.
Where?
It's at the top, says case pending.
Oh. None. Okay. And then future hearings, none.
Right? That's kind of strange, right?
That's
Now, are they
weird.
doing that to try to flip me out? Or
I don't know.
Because remember, I've had all sorts of run-ins with the clerks trying to silence me and stop me from filing restraining orders, changing data on computers and things like that, or you name it. So it's hard to know. I had my final. I think I had my final. I'm not sure. Let's see. Maybe I don't. Okay. So I just wanted to expand. We might have talked about this last week, but this is very important. Seymour doesn't want me suing the judicial system, giving me disinformation and changing stories. First, I am labeled with mental illness, so I can't sue. Then he's switching over, saying, "Oh, well, if you check into a mental institution
For 2 weeks.
for 2 weeks, there's more damages."
Right.
And I'm saying that they just keep on accumulating damages till I can't have any recourse.
Right.
But I just, in case we already went through this, it's so important, showing that he's on the side that I don't sue. Nowhere is he saying, let me rephrase this. As my defense attorney, someone on my side, if I was Brittany's defense attorney, if I was your defense attorney, I would sit here and go, this is fucking unacceptable. They need to be stopped.
Right.
They need to be exposed in the courtroom. And you need to sue them for damages. That's what I would say to my client.
Do anything possible to
Right?
help.
That's what your lawyer tells you. He doesn't say, just die. Just don't say anything.
No.
Just don't get into trouble or react while we hunt you down and kill you, and it's not happening. Right?
No, not at all. It's the opposite.
It's just more ammo for them to try to use against me.
They don't, look, the conviction stops them with the civil counts.
Why? Just because someone's convicted doesn't mean that they're actually guilty.
Okay, I'm talking about, okay, alright, okay. It's your decision, what you want
Well, I
to
just
do.
sort of wanted you to expand on it so I understand where you're coming from.
I don't think you have a civil case, and I've told you that for a long time. Okay,
Okay, so anyways, I don't think you have a civil case is more of an honest answer than the conviction supersedes the civil. That's a load of shit.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. Then law wouldn't exist.
a civil case, it ain't gonna make a difference if you went to two weeks of residential or not. If anything will strengthen your civil case, not reduce it because it's further damaging.
Okay, right. So he just flipped, right?
Yeah.
Before, there's no way you can win. Now it's this will strengthen your case.
Your phone just lit up. Is it doing something? Is it working?
Oh, that's a good question. I just need to make sure this is. Yeah, it's still recording.
Okay.
So the point is that he's flip-flopping. I think we did discuss this.
We did. Yeah.
And he's not fighting for me. And so, which creates this conundrum where I have to do these videos and talk about my own lawyer like this,
Right.
and then he's going to want to lose the appeals intentionally, probably, because my client's bad-mouthing me, right? It's a very messed up situation.
Yeah,
but
it's a hard spot to be in.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's a no-win scenario. You can't.
if you do this, there might be consequences, and if you don't, then there already are.
Yeah, because they don't want to be honest. So it's the lesser of two evils, almost, right? It's like,
Is it working okay?
my app's being difficult, but we are recording. My app's being mean to me. Okay, so now we're running low on time, so we're going to speed things up. Okay, so what does Woodland Hills City Council have to do with the city? Well, I guess
We
of
talked about
Thousand
that.
Oaks, we talked about that. I think we made our point on that one.
The next one.
When Seymour says my family doesn't believe me, what are your thoughts about that? That's an important question.
Right. So when in this recording is that he said that a different time?
Let me think. Yeah, he does say in this recording, I can't remember what point, but he says there are one or two people, I don't remember, and he just goes, look, your family doesn't believe you, as if
He
our
knows.
son's crazy.
And
but
how
you-
would he know that, though? Talking to them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he has talked to them a lot, based on the fact that they're now paying all the bills and this and that.
Okay. Would you say?
But still, if I walked into Seymour's office with a worldwide campaign taking turns on me and years of video of this
Right.
mass attacks, and he plays this same card as everyone else, I don't know you, and I'm not going to agree that these things are happening, and no matter how much video I see, which you've seen
A little of it.
a small percent of what he's seen, and you instantly said, oh my god.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to deny, like, hard evidence, especially, like, the blood of the dog attacks and, like, all these people, like...
Well, I mean, that is
face-to-face
part of it, but I'm
stuff.
talking the bigger, the gang stalking aspect
Right.
of...
It's just, I just don't see how anybody could deny, like, the stuff like the dog thing. And, like, if
No,
people are
but
saying,
well, see, their argument, they're trying to flip it and go, well, Kevin, you're pissing everyone off, passing out cards, so they're all coming after you.
still doesn't make it okay, even if you were...
Well, it
pissing
doesn't,
them off.
but that's how they're trying to spin it.
I get it.
But we need to talk about the real picture, which
Well, the
is
bigger
the gang stalking.
Correct.
Because the gang stalking, look, the concept of gang stalking is this man's crazy and we're going to rid him of the world.
Yeah.
But the guy isn't crazy. He's fighting off your mental illness tactics, and the entire concept of gang stalking or gaslighting is, how can I make you look crazy? And
feel
because
good.
you're crazy, we need to rid you of the world.
Right.
So you can't take that out of the equation, because that is the equation.
No, I guess my reasoning for saying it that way was that, like...
But yeah, he is denying. He's denied the physical attacks. He's made up
Yeah.
cover-up lies.
And
That I'm
those-
forcing cards on the people going after me with police-trained canines.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because people could, like, it's easier to deny, or what is it called? Oh, that's just coincidence. Like, everybody was, like your mom did with the steak and stuff. It's easier to, like, oh, well, that just happens. Rather than denying
it's
that,
just
well, this dog just bit you and this dude said he's gonna, like, kill you. So, like, you
Yeah.
heard that. How are you gonna
But then
deny
they leave
that?
out all the facts that I tell them.
Right.
Whether I write them on blogs or I talk about them on video. Like, example, the audio recordings. The audio recordings of Detective Shapiro stating there's nothing on this video, or I didn't get the video, or blah, blah, blah.
I don't see that, yeah.
I don't see that.
Right. That's
And I
crazy.
made like 100 attempts and walked down with USB things and give to multiple detectives.
Which I've seen
Not
as well.
none of them can just magically watch it and see what's going on, right?
Right.
I mean,
Do they just discredit you completely?
correct.
Okay.
But it's not because I'm crazy.
No, I'm saying, but like you walk in and you already are walking in and have no chance of them hearing you. Almost.
Sure, but see, okay, in the beginning, you have to sort of understand.
I mean, that's
like, in the
horrible.
beginning- Okay, first I didn't walk in.
Sorry, no, I just mean
I was
like
hiring
that's-
private investigators
Right.
because what do you say?
Right.
You just start babbling like a crazy man.
Right.
So you
no,
can't
you
just
were
walk
very
in.
smart about
So
it.
then I have a small amount on a hard drive. Now I have the proof.
Right.
Now I can walk in. That's what any sane person's going to do.
Yeah, you're gonna get evidence.
Yeah.
So then, yeah.
And then
Okay.
you walk in and you go, these groups of people following around, provoking me and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And I walk up right up to the detectives. I do both. I walk up to the file report. I walk up to the detectives. In Topanga, you can walk straight to the detectives.
That's cool. Okay.
Except they don't do anything.
Right.
They just sit there eating donuts. And
Right.
so I walk up
Yeah.
and I go, here's these
Cool.
people are doing these things. Here's proof. Blah blah. Well, that's not a crime, and I don't know what you're talking about. And people don't do these things. Blah blah blah. And then maybe as you start walking away, they start whistling.
Right.
Now remember that when this first starts, even before walking into the police station, chefs at every restaurant would whistle.
It's already.
And people would walk by on public streets, any city in the world, and whistle
Right.
within like a 10-foot radius. And then as you're leaving, maybe the cop whistles, hinting that you're a whistleblower.
Right.
Okay?
Cool.
And there's all sorts of other cryptic things they're doing, letting you know
Right.
you're a dead man. We're working with these people to kill you.
Right.
But why? Because I went to some strip clubs or I built some adult websites with Tim Thompson going, well, you built adult websites, didn't you?
Even though he wanted your help doing it.
Correct.
Right?
Well, that was the
The other thing. I thought it was a
the
website.
cookie, the I don't want to say a setup because it's not illegal, but the
chip art.
Kevin, we should build adult websites, and I was
Drawing
already
you in.
building adult websites. Or Rody Morales, Kevin, we should go to strip clubs, and they already knew that I sort of they were playing off weakness or things I liked. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, there's no crime. We're not talking about crimes. Well, now Kevin goes to strip clubs, and no, but my point is, it is total manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no crime.
No.
It's like me saying, Brittany, let's go to the donut shop and we're gonna eat 10 donuts. Oh, well, you're a menace to society. You ate 10 donuts.
Yeah.
There's a worldwide campaign to kill you now.
Right.
Lock you away with city council. What do you say? Do you have a response?
I would probably laugh because I'm
Exactly,
Are you
because
serious?
it's absurd, right?
Exactly.
But wait, it's real.
I know.
No, I'm saying,
But it's real.
I'm trying
Oh,
to
you're saying
convey the
that's-
point. But Brittany, it's real. This is really going on. There's a worldwide campaign to remove you from society because you went to a donut shop and ate 10 donuts.
Other than y'all are fucking crazy.
Exactly, okay?
It's ridiculous.
Now the cops are running around with psychological labels in the psychology community going, well, Brittany ate 10 donuts at a donut shop.
Something's wrong with her. Yeah.
Yeah. And now it gets even worse. 30 years ago, Brittany ate 10 donuts.
Right. It's like,
Right.
are you jealous because I can eat 10 donuts?
Yeah, exactly,
Like,
right?
I
It
don't
doesn't
get
make
it.
any sense, right? And it's worldwide supported. Okay,
Can
so...
I ask you a question
Uh-huh.
really quickly, just so I don't forget? Okay, so, like, the first time that you did go into the police station, that took a while, too, because you used other ways at first to, like, get information.
Yeah, I went to
on-
private investigators first.
Right, which is
Yeah.
smart. And you had the evidence. What did you think, what response were you thinking you were going to get from them at that point? The first time you
The
went
same
in?
response. I felt I was going to get the same response from everyone else that I was getting from everyone else, and I was scared shitless.
I bet you were scared as shit. I'd be like a little bit of hope that like, okay, here's hard evidence. Like maybe they won't be, you know.
But remember, you're flying around, you're going to Florida, you're going to different
know.
states, and you're watching worldwide groups taking turns on you,
But,
and now you're going to walk into a police station and tell them this.
but there was some
It's scary
hope.
and shit.
Scary is, yeah, super scary. But like, I'm sure you had to be like hoping like someone.
Well,
at
sure,
least-
I'm hoping, but I'm also realistic,
Yeah.
and I'm prepared. It's that
So you weren't.
hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
So you weren't. Okay. That because I was thinking like, oh my god, like you walked in there preparing this like, okay, finally, like somebody's gonna hear me and like believe me and all
Yeah,
that
but
shit.
okay, remember
But
this
it
is like
didn't, though.
4 years down the road,
Right. No,
maybe 33, 34,
it would be more devastating though if you were expecting.
and every interaction you've had worldwide is anger and rage.
Right. Yeah.
So now, with common sense,
you can expect that.
if 9 out of 10 people worldwide want you dead, including police officers,
You're not.
and you're going to walk into a police officer, what is the thought that's going on in your head? Well, they're going to help you.
Right.
And they're going to say, you're crazy. It's not happening.
Right.
Okay, that's the context, right?
I know. It would be even more devastating, though, I feel like, if you hadn't had those experiences already for the 4 years or whatever, like, and you saw everyone doing this. Because if you walked in and it was, like, your first rodeo, whatever, and they're like, I don't see anything on this, and, like, your first attempt to, like, reach out to help and you hadn't had this happening for so long already, I would be crushed, like, devastated, like, where do I go from here? If, like, nobody,
Well, I was
you know?
devastated, but it wasn't because of that one thing. It was because
Right.
you're walking around watching every
All
person
of
on the
this.
planet try to kill you,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
and you don't know how to process it because it's so
Of
strange.
course you don't.
There is no situation in the world
Well, how
that
do
someone's
you-
walking around being attacked by almost every person on the planet,
No.
going, you're imagining it.
Right.
I mean, if you can rattle off even another gang stalking target, this has
Yeah.
never happened. That's why I've stated this is the largest crime in humanity against one person ever, and it far supersedes anything in between.
Right.
Right? It's like
Unheard of.
Jesus times a billion, except eventually Jesus died. He didn't last 18 years, 18/42 years, making it beyond any level of inhumane. I mean, it's like
Oh, yeah.
it's like poking those holes in your hands and hanging you,
But you
and it just that pain it just doesn't
Stays.
stop because you're like, you need to stop fucking hammering nails in my hands, right? No, you're crazy. There's no nails in your hands, right? It's
Right, and
like,
you're like, but I'm bleeding on the floor. you
yeah,
don't see that.
but because we didn't physically touch you, it's not a crime. Bullshit,
Right.
right? And then we have the video footage on my website about police officers stating from other cities, yes, gang stalking is illegal and does exist.
Right.
Okay, so family doesn't believe. Oh, family doesn't believe. Well, what do you think about that?
About him saying that? Or
No,
your
about my family
believing?
not believe. You spoke with my mother.
I
You got a
know.
sense.
With your mom, it's hard too, and I know you and I were kind of like hoping. I don't know, you know, like. I know she. Well, I want to say I know she loves you because I feel like your mom does love you, but it's like
But love can be
it's.
a million different Someone's
just
version of
it was
love
really
can be
hard. Either she's
sadistic or what. You know, I mean, whatever.
either she's in thick denial or something's going on in her and that we don't know about, like you were
But
saying.
then she lashes out with this anger. It's weird. It's
Right.
this
That's why it's
bipolar,
so confusing.
schizo-ish. They're trying to say I'm schizo. I'm clearly not. But she like.
She doesn't know what to say. I feel like.
I see it, then she goes off in la la land, I see it, and then this anger comes out where she knows every place I've eaten and how many times I've orgasmed with a woman, and
Oh my god.
I'm using the
Oh,
exact,
from
you know,
that. From that movie with the, yeah. Sorry,
no,
for the printout?
the level of NSA data mining all my life.
Right.
If I go home today, people all over Woodland Hills are going to know exactly what parking spot I parked in. They're going to know probably how many times, almost every parking spot. They're going to have a list they can pull up somewhere of every parking spot I've ever parked near, what car I drove on what day, and that's what's creating the problem.
Right.
Example, at 29, I'm driving down PCH. My stepfather calls me trying to...
The gas thing?
Yeah, the gas thing. Don't run out of gas while he's in
Right.
Canada. But this wasn't a little jokish prank.
Right.
They're doing it on every level with their Brian Longbottom spy games and everything from I'll go see a movie. Like, let's say I don't see a movie in 6 months. I go see a movie and then my mom calls me up and so she says, like, after the movie, so have you seen any movies? Right? These spooky, freaky, we're watching you things.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I don't know you and it's just a couple people and blah, 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 and this and that. I don't know what you're talking about. And so it's back and forth. I'm on your side, but you know when you go to restaurants, people cook steaks rare, even though it's done every single time at every restaurant in the
I
world.
know.
And then she shifts back to cover up bullshit. Okay, so...
It's hard because, like, I want to... okay. If you know nothing about what's going on
Then why
at
do
all,
you
then it would
take
appear
part
like...
in it?
Correct.
Yeah.
But why it would appear that your mom was trying to make you feel better. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, because that's why I was like, oh, that's, like, the worst thing she could possibly say right now because it, like...
Yeah.
It's not acknowledging how big this
Yeah.
is. She's saying, "Oh, that happens." But,
Yeah, and then
not
she'll
every
totally,
time.
and that's the biggest tell is that. Remember, people do things in threes like yes, 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 hey, 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 blah, blah, blah. They'll follow me to place,
Yeah.
and then she'll do them on the phone. So this guy did this, and she'll go right, 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 and then 10 people within the next couple of days will walk around going right, 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 showing that she just took part in what she says isn't happening.
Right.
Right? Well, you can't
It's so hard.
not know what's going on and take part in it.
Exactly.
Right?
It's hard for you though. I can tell too because she's your mom. She's like the only one you really talk to, right?
Yeah, but they're all involved. I mean, it's
know,
like the
but
last.
It's conflicting, right? Isn't it? I would be like, shit. She's my mom, and she can be.
It is
sweet.
conflicting, but even worse, it's you just go from person to person, and then you have to get away from them, and then they turn around that you're crazy, and right, and then they go, well, you have a problem with people and communication skills, but I'm not the problem. They're lashing out in anger and rage at me, and you can't address it
Right.
because they're doing it in these you can't defend yourself tactics.
Mm-mm.
They're strategically, and that's why this is a psychology community operation, because they are strategically designed that you can't do anything.
Right.
If I'm dating a girl, we talk about our problems, we talk about our inconsistencies,
Yeah.
and if we can't talk, we break up. And that's how it works. It's very rare that people that have zero communication, especially if the
Last.
person's abusive,
Oh.
last.
Right.
Right? Look, you hit me 10 times. Don't fucking hit me again. I didn't hit you. Okay, I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's the same thing, except these blows aren't physical blows. They're mental illness blows.
It's gaslighting.
Gaslighting, and they're done in such ways that you can't even really say anything, because when you say it, it sounds crazy.
Exactly.
Example, if I walk into the store right there and the guy says right, right, right to me, and then the next 10 stores, people say right, 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 and then I call up my mother 4 hours from then and she says, right, what do I say? If I say, Mom, I know you're coordinating with people to try to make me mentally ill, you're crazy. We got to put you in a mental institution.
No. And if I was just thinking, if you were to say, I like the fifth store or fifth person that said it, like, okay, so why have you and all whoever else been saying this 3 times to me?
And they're going, you're crazy.
Right? So it's like,
we're going to put you in a mental institution.
it's like, where do you go?
Okay, so do you see the strategic...
Well, you're stuck.
The strategic
like
stalking
really...
operations. We're going to try to make you look crazy. You're crazy. We're going to put you in a mental institution.
So how do you deal with that? Like, you, just internally, because that's like...
That is for another conversation.
I'm sorry.
I'll quickly state that the whole dealing with gang stalkers, your only option is to get past the "you're crazy" pill. Does that make sense? Their entire leverage, their entire control, their entire blackmail. You're crazy. You do what I tell you. You're crazy. This isn't happening, and this is what we're going to do to you. You're crazy, and you have to do this. You're crazy. You're crazy. Well, I'm not crazy, and fuck you. And that is it. And now, that's when you see their true colors. That's when you see their attacks go from psychological to the Bailey Bernards or the other people you saw on video physically attacking me with the police helping them, which you've seen on video. Because they lost that control lever.
You stop drinking.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
You do it. The Jim Jones bullshit, right?
Is that the dude with the Colt?
The Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Gave everyone the Kool-Aid, yeah.
Right, you were done with...
Yeah, they're the Jim... Topanga Division, Jim Jones, LAPD. They're giving everyone the Kool-Aid here and
You
preaching
stopped
all this
drinking
bullshit with Sean Dinsey, right? Well, I was never drinking it, and that's the
Well,
problem.
at the beginning, at least they thought you were to an extent, because, like, you hadn't quite
Yeah,
figured out all
I guess
of it
what would Jim Jones do to one of his followers when they stood up against him and said, "You're full of shit"?
and spilled the cauldron. Yeah. No, yeah.
Okay. Would you say that from what you've heard or seen, this is a mass conspiracy and not just around Woodland Hills? I know we kind of went through that,
It's
but
everywhere.
everywhere. Thank you, everywhere. Okay. Seymour says he doesn't want to subscribe to Dinsey's ways, yet he doesn't think Dinsey is doing anything wrong, as well as wanting me to check into mental institutions to cover up for Dinsey's hunting me down to eradicate me. Don't you find that strange?
What the hell? He doesn't subscribe to Dinsey's ways, yet he thinks...
He says on the audio, I
He
don't
doesn't.
subscribe to Dinsey's ways, but Dinsey's literally hunting me down with an extermination campaign.
But he doesn't think he's doing anything.
He flat out says on audio that city council with Dinsey doesn't like me and they're going to put pressure on anyone to rid me of the world.
Right.
Which is beyond any level of illegal.
Absolutely.
Beyond. I mean, there is no... That is Adolf Hitler. That is extermination. Okay, you can pad the argument, you can put little fluffy flowers hanging on it and spray it with perfume, but the fucking argument is the argument. I'm sorry about my language, but I do it to make a point. The fucking argument is the argument, whether you want to make it a little pink and rosy and happy with perfume or this ever. I don't care if you're taking someone to the gas chamber and you're going to feed them grapes and give them wine and this and that, blah, blah, blah.
You're still taking them to the... Yeah.
Prop their feet up on a chair, give them pedicures. You're still taking them to the gas chamber.
It's like the last meal in prison.
Yeah.
Like that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So...
That's a good...
So the point, do you understand the point I'm making?
Yes, I do. It's still the same. You're still
Seymour,
doing
my
things.
defense attorney, doesn't want to defend me. He doesn't support Dinsey's ways, but he doesn't want to do anything that opposes Dinsey or stops
So
him
he's
in the
neutral?
judicial system.
So he's neutral. Quote unquote.
But is he neutral? His job is to not be neutral.
That's what I'm saying.
He's taking my money to fight for me, not be neutral.
Exactly. That's
Okay?
what I'm saying. It reminds
This isn't
me
some
of your
random
mother.
dude out in Honolulu smoking some
No.
reefer here, okay?
But it reminded me just because your mom
Yeah.
said she's neutral or whatever.
No, but and that is a good point because while my mom plays the same bullshit card,
Yeah.
there is no neutral in that situation.
No.
We're gonna hunt down and kill your son. Well, I'm neutral.
So essentially...
So you're on the side of hunting you down and killing your son because you don't see a problem with that,
You're not going to do... It's like stop
right?
it. Yeah.
This isn't a neutral situation.
No.
Listen,
Neutral
if you want to
means
say, are you a Republican and Democrat? No, I'm an independent.
But
This is a different argument than that.
Yeah, there's no
Okay?
neutral
Do you believe in
information.
abortion? Do you not believe in abortion? Well, I really don't have much to... Fine, so be it. Your son's life is at stake. He's being hunted. People want him dead. The city council, you just had an admission.
I'm neutral.
I'm neutral.
But you can't be. There's no neutral.
Correct.
Neutral means against in this scenario. Because she's like, if she's neutral or he's neutral or whatever, they're allowing these things to happen without.
Correct.
consent.
And Kevin, we don't want you to get hurt, so check into a mental institution for the rest of your life. That's not neutral. That's helping them.
Right. Exactly.
That's whatever it is.
Oh
We
my
fucked
God.
up and we want to sweep up our mess. So locking Kevin away in a cage is a way to sweep up their mess. Who knows? But
Oh my
that is not neutral. And
No.
more so, my attorney is getting paid to say this cop's a slimy piece of shit and a murderer.
He's getting-
That's his job. That's why the judicial system, why we have courtrooms.
Absolutely.
What is Seymour's definition of a lawyer? I take as much money from my client as possible and lock him away.
I would. Hope
I mean,
not.
right? Isn't that the message?
I mean, he's supposed to be doing everything for it. Like, he can't
Correct. And if I
afford you.
walk over him with video footage of this and that and blah blah blah, he has 100 million options, and one of those options is actually going to the press.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so getting the right information to I don't know, right? I can't tell you,
Something.
but to sit there and go, I don't subscribe, but just do what they tell you, it doesn't make any sense,
No,
right?
Not at all.
Because he's not going to the one being thrown in the mental institution for standing up for me. I am, right?
Right.
And if he stands up for me, that solidifies that I have people on my side saying this is wrong, and that's why we have things called hierarchies of power or accountability,
Mhm.
or monopolies aren't allowed, is so that we have multiple opinions,
Right, to make it fair or
Yeah.
whatever.
so that people aren't in danger. Why we have the Constitution. Okay, so that's pretty much the end of the Seymour recording. I did want to get into some Greg Waugh things. We're short. What time do we have, Till?
About 15 minutes.
Okay,
Wait,
so
wait, what
let's-
time is it? I can't
It's
tell.
12:45.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Greg Waugh.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Sure.
The ramifications of this combo with proof.
Say it again.
It says on here after that Seymour doesn't describe.
Oh,
Subscribe. Ramifications of this combo and with proof.
oh, yeah. Let's see. That's a good question, and I can't remember what I was thinking at the time.
That's okay.
What are the ramifications? Think about what we're talking. No, this is important. So I guess we'll probably end up getting to Greg next time. This is actually a really important question. Aside from just me,
Mm-hmm.
what are the what are we talking about here? What are we really talking about here? What are the ramifications of what you have
The
now
truth?
seen?
What do you mean exactly?
Everything. Okay, we've seen
Truth?
Kevin Perlman, me. I'm sitting here on camera, surprisingly still breathing and not in a cage yet. There is a worldwide campaign to eradicate me or kill me or lock me away for what I know. It starts at 5 years old. I make it to 29. I find out too much information. They get angry. You know too much. You don't talk. Patty Guga's running around. We thought you knew. I don't exactly know what that means. I
Weird.
start finding out all these things have been done to me my entire life. Mr. Quigley in 10th grade telling me to punch Paul Schaefer doesn't work. 100 different things like that. All the road rage things of people launching vehicles at me to try to frame me, like people sliding motorcycles in front of me to make it look like I'm ramming people. Like hundreds of things like this to try to make it look like I'm a public menace, like Dincy says. None of it really exists. It's all facade and fiction.
Right.
Actually catching people waiting on curbs, launching vehicles perpendicular. One of them at 16 in front of the Honda dealer successfully, right after the guy slid the Honda motorcycle, successfully caused an accident. I was driving straight. She launches her vehicle perpendicular to the fast lane. She instantly jumps out of the car. Kevin tried to kill me, and there's creating all these, the next set of fake investigations.
ridiculous.
It's all crazy. Bumper taps where Dincy is working with Valley Automotive Center in Van Nuys, out of his jurisdiction everywhere.
That guy's told you, right? That
The guy tells me that Dincy's coming after me, Brian Ushar. Worldwide support with psychological warfare and mental illness tactics, city councils. Kevin's a menace to society for no legit reason.
Mm-mm.
Clean criminal records, clean driving records,
Right.
college degrees, working for Universal Studios, working for
Successful
Modern
businesses.
Video Film, my own company for 6 years, Signet, internet host provider. Bam, 29. Mike Huntley, we're using the system against you with the police and government, you're a dead man. What are the ramifications? And then after 29, you don't tell anyone or we kill you. Think of the with the psychology community involved. No offense to you.
No, it's okay. I'm not.
What are the ramifications? Labels at 5 years old. My son's a violent, paranoid, schizo, weird things being fabricated.
This just keeps ringing and ringing and ringing. It rang twice. I'm sorry. Let me just see the number. I'm so sorry. I just rang twice in
Okay.
a row and make sure it wasn't me.
Okay, so now we have conversations with corrupt judicial systems that don't stop crime.
Right.
But not only that, we got the Dinseys and many others like Dinsey running around with Topanga Division, LAPD, and LAPD worldwide with NSA, FBI operations, eradicating people they just don't like or trust.
You said what are the ramifications of everything?
Just what's your overall thought about that? The psychology community with police are throwing labels on people to lock them away in mental
It's
institutions. We have Dinsey.
Well, they're not being treated as human beings. It's like it's horrible.
This is your big 15 minutes, so I'm letting you go here,
Well, it's just, it's like we're not moving forward. We're moving backward and regressing into all these,
We've gone
like,
backwards from to the beyond the dark ages.
Right.
We might as well have little Iron Maidens and
It's just
little stabbing, poking cage devices.
It's like
Right?
It's horrifying. These are human beings, like, because you're talking about the mental illness and just going after people for mental illness, and that's what they're doing now.
And they're just using it,
And-
but they don't actually believe they're mentally ill. They're using it as
Okay.
Adolf Hitler labels.
Right.
You're
Right.
crazy, so we're going to rid you of the world.
And even if they were, like, had a mental illness or whatever, like, so what? They don't need help. Like, they need help and support and stuff. They don't need people, like, chasing them down and just hunting
Correct.
them
Like,
for no
okay. Here's a
reason.
good example. Dinsey states on his Facebook, we need to. He wants to change society, make it a better place,
Okay.
whatever that means in his crazy
so
psychotic
get more
murdering
help for
mind.
people, not hurt.
So people with addiction or whatever, he states, people with mental illness and addiction need to be forced into mental institutions. What's your thought about that?
That's horrible. It's not going to help anybody.
Correct. What's the? Okay, Joe Blow goes to the bar, starts drinking too much beer, so we force him in the mental institution.
No.
Now, not only is he going to drink 100 million more beers,
He's,
but how's the mental What's the mental institution going to do? Nothing.
No. He needs.
There's no.
different-
So what is? What is your thoughts about that? What does Dinsey really want?
Well, he wants to
read between the
be able
lines
to
here.
force people into places if he doesn't want them around or whatever.
Correct.
Because it's not helping that person
Correct.
at all.
So you would agree with me, and probably everyone else, that Dinsey's view is not about helping people. It's
No.
getting rid of anyone that isn't perfect.
Yeah, getting rid of the people that he deems whatever.
So we got
Which is horrible,
the homeless girl
I know.
that they tried to set me up going to the bathroom to fix their
And
makeup.
it's like these people are. I have a lot of feelings about this. I could talk for a long time.
You
about
got a
this.
good 10 minutes.
It's just it's really upsetting and disappointing because people who do have mental illness or like they're homeless or whatever else, like they're some of the like strongest, best people I've ever met in my life. You know, they
That's
go
good,
through all
yeah.
this bullshit and they're still here trying and they need help. And if
Yeah,
you try to
they're-
force somebody and tell them something's wrong with them and try to force them in somewhere, it's not going to do any good. I've seen it. I've worked in different settings, you know, like they have
Yeah.
to acknowledge first themselves, like one, they want it, two, they have something they want to work on. But if you force somebody somewhere, I've also seen it where
Sure, but not
one
all homeless
person-
people are mental illness.
no, not at all.
Some of them just aren't strong enough to.
Some of them have
make
had
money.
really shitty situations
Yeah.
where they had no help and nobody
Yeah.
to go to. There's always there's obviously like all types of homeless people, but like the ones that I've worked with, they did not have it easy. Okay, and
Yeah, sure.
it's really
Well, think about
hard.
this, okay? And I'm going to take the mental illness thing out because I doubt that the person that Dinsey wanted me to was trying to set me up to go after with was mentally ill. some lady, and she makes no money, and she's wondering where her next meal comes from.
Exactly.
She's probably sleeping in
Somewhere.
maybe if she's lucky enough to find a blanket in a corner somewhere. And she goes into the Warner Center Park amphitheater bathroom at, let's say, 11 p.m.
Right.
And she's going in there to fix her makeup. The Dincy crew is trying to set me up to go after her, to rid me of the world and go after her at the same time. And she's just trying to fix her makeup so that when she walks out of the bathroom, she's looking acceptable to people.
Right, or
while
she
struggling.
feels a little better about
She can't buy clothes, she doesn't have money for food, and here comes Dincy, we gotta force you into a mental institution.
Right.
Why?
Exactly.
Or jail cell.
Because we
to give them a better life?
No. No. And
exactly.
And that's the thing, like, they could try, I've seen it too, they spin it like, well, yeah, okay, then they have a roof over their head and they're eating food, but like,
sure.
What about anything else?
But you can't go anywhere, but you can't do anything.
The quality of their, it's just it's not their choice, it's not okay.
And then when do they get let go, right?
Right.
Because we own you, right? So, but what is it really about? Dincy wanting perfect, clean neighborhoods, right? I don't want, that person's homeless and they're an eyesore here.
That's horrible.
So they have no feelings, no emotions.
These people,
we can chop their limbs off, we can do this, we can do that. It doesn't matter because they're not people, because they're not wearing an Armani suit and driving a Porsche.
Let me tell you something about that, okay? I've seen like really good people that have money and really terrible people who have money. It doesn't matter what you look like it doesn't matter. I've seen like all of the above, and it goes without...
I've seen my family and I could not believe what I found out and saw.
Right.
Could not believe it. My father sacrificed my life. My breathing. I made him make a choice on a superficial level. He wanted to try to force me to quit and cover up his crime spree against me, this and that. And I just said, I'm not quitting. And, Lorena Escobar with these master groups were hunting me down to have me killed and this and that, and showed him everything that's going on. And finally, his actions in the end were to fire me for not going out to say, I'm not going out to dinner with you anymore while these things are being done to me and you need to deal with the situation. Then he tried to set me up and cover up and make it look like I was doing all of these things with employees and this and that, telling me I'm not going to fire Lorena because I have to make money.
But I'll fire myself.
First of all, I didn't ask him to fire Lorena. I said, deal with the situation. But second of all, if Lorena worked for me, I would have fired her instantly.
Right.
But the point is that let's use that example. I have a son. His life's at stake. His breathing.
Yeah.
Now,
nothing else matters.
Or he's going to be locked away in jail cells or mental institutions because his big-boobed partner or office manager who's paid off to follow me from college to college, hunting me, is hunting me, and he could make a choice. The love for his son, which he said so many times, I love you, whatever that means, but I'm not going to fire this person hunting you down to kill you. But I love you. But you could stop this.
Right.
But what was his words? I got to make money. I have to make money.
Oh my
I have to make money. Kevin, your life is expendable. My entire office is hunting you down to kill you. I'm paying Lorena Escobar off to follow you from college to college doing these things to you.
Right.
I could stop this, but I have to make money. So now I'm firing you, and I'm telling the cops you did all these things and throwing you in jail or whatever.
So the message you get is like, okay, well, he loves money more than me.
That's right. He loves money.
That's horrible.
He's an orthopedic surgeon who, on the surface, hey, he's a doctor. He likes helping people. Bullshit. He likes making money, and he will rape, pillage, kill, do whatever, pay off police to hunt his son down and kill him. You name it, in the name of money. And he lives in $1 million house in Calabasas. Is he the pillar of community? Is he a good guy because he makes money?
Well, clearly not.
Now that girl that's trying to put on her makeup in the bathroom probably has 100 million times more morals and integrity, and her armpits might smell and this and that. And she might be a really damn good person and a really honest person. And everyone is going to choose Ron Perlman over this person because Ron Perlman wears nice suits as an orthopedic surgeon with a secondary psychology degree that makes money and drives around in his nice Lexus and had a limo at one point or whatever.
It's so unfair. I hate that.
Yeah. But we're going way beyond unfair here.
Just the whole, like, people judge people based on these things that are
Yeah,
superficial,
the
and
superficial
honestly, like, what
judgments.
about, like, what's in here?
Yeah. And that's always, we can never fully change. I mean, you can't change that, but we're talking about life or death situations now.
Correct.
And people like Sean Dinsey, running for city council, who are doing the same things my father's doing, hunt down and kill and lock away.
People we don't approve of, or what?
Or just people he doesn't like, or ISILers or whatever.
Right.
Right? Or whatever. Example, Kevin Perlman went to some strip clubs and we don't want him in society because we don't want that type of person.
Good grief.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, exactly. It's just so stupid. I mean, it's not...
We're talking about extreme situations.
Right, but a strip club, okay, like, here's another thing. Like, people, like, strippers or whatever, they get, like, a bad name sometimes. You know what I mean?
Oh, all the
like,
time.
And it's like, okay, I've known a lot of strippers. They're, like, really good people, too. Sure, there can be some assholes, but there's assholes everywhere. But, like, generally speaking, like, they're really good people. They're doing what they gotta do.
Some are, some aren't. But the thing is, it's like, and that's people. That's not...
It's not specific to any certain
Yeah, when you take out the stereotype, right? But here's the thing. I mean, we got a guy... All these people in the adult industry, what's happening to me isn't happening to them. Right. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
If some dude from Brazers goes to a coffee shop, or the big titty girl goes to a coffee shop, they couldn't care less. But if Kevin Perlman goes into a coffee shop, oh, you built adult websites, we're going to hunt you and kill you. Okay, so something's off here, right?
Absolutely. Because it's way beyond.
Yeah.
And your dad, have you not talked to him since then?
Correct. I think I talked to him one time after, and I kind of got a feel after the Dinsey arrests, because he was angry at me for wanting to hire civil attorneys.
I would be... Ugh.
With the bullshit speech, how you can't beat the system and just this and that. Showing that he's not my father. Does that make sense?
He's not with you, he's like...
He's against me.
Was
and it's showing he's behind.
I mean, like, I would just be like...
Well, at that point, I knew who he was, but at the beginning, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in denial for years. Like, this can't be my family. I did not come from these people.
Right.
And you start finding out the intricate things being done behind your back all day and night, and you're like, I can't believe it. I mean, I'm seeing it, but is it coming from them? Because it's coming from all directions.
You don't want to believe it.
Yeah, and you're learning how to trace information from conversations from person to person. And it's all linking up to my family. Example, like the amount of people that take turns on me and then they go, fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, that all comes from me saying fuck you to my mother at 14.
With the one time you ever said anything out of line.
Correct. So you're tracing this anger and rage, this Adolf Hitler anger and rage, from a simple, imperfect, one-time argument with my mother, right?
Right. Because it doesn't make sense. You try to figure out where it's coming from because it makes no sense, and then you're able to, like, trace it back
but then it gets
like,
even weirder because people don't invest billions of dollars with the government for saying fuck you to them one time in their entire life.
No.
Right?
No.
So why would the government care that Kevin Perlman said fuck you to his mother?
They wouldn't.
Right?
I mean, that would be my response. Like, why would they?
Yeah, so it's just freaky and you're not sure. And then you have to take that with the ball of wax of my computer's been violated for 30 years while they're trying to put things on my computer or get anything off it to use to twist and contort and use against me to the world. That information leak, cell phone violations of things being done, cell phone tracking by the police computers, all of these things. Then the verbal aspect, like I was telling you at the beginning, a conversation with someone at Starbucks here in Woodland Hills, then going out to Laguna to a coffee bean, and that level of them collecting and putting on their own internet-based terror systems.
Right. It's a lot of effort, too. Like,
it's insane. It's billions and billions of government dollars on one person.
It's insane.
So what is it they're trying to hide? Think about that.
What do you think? Because it's, I mean, what do you think?
I already know.
What are they trying to hide? They're trying to cover
at 5 years old. Okay, remember.
But, like, originally.
Okay, first you have to understand the family template. It's all about control. Right. It's all about what we want. We dictate your life. You do what we tell you or else you're a dead man.
But even when you do, you still. Like,
But then still, so it gets very complicated. Are they just government flagging and kill operations, or are they you disobeyed me and kill operations? Well, it's probably just kill operations. Like, hey, we had a dog, it bit someone, put the dog down, that type of thing. Now, they all fit the same robotic template. Doctors with secondary psychology degrees, and they use the psychology degrees for weapons. Okay? So they try to appear good. My orthopedic surgeon, secondary psychology degree, my father, my brother, urologist, secondary psychologist. My second-hand brother, Shane, supposedly went off to medical school.
and your mom.
And my mom is
Therapist.
a little different because she's a LMFT, or really an art therapist that worked for like Cedars-Sinai,
Hospital.
analyzing kids' art in the hospital, and I think taught before that. Okay, so
1 second.
okay, it sounds like we gotta finish up.
Yeah.
So that being said, 5 years old, they throw the labels on you. Why? Possibly for control, maybe insecurity, who knows. After that, they start in with the try to make Kevin look crazy, conform to media with their psychological abuse. But remember, it's going into my mother's circles in the psychology community. Now that's going up to the government and the school systems.
Right.
And things are happening and being done to me in the school systems. Government organizations, like Calabasas High is a school system, but it's a government.
Yeah.
A. Wright Elementary School. Tom Farley told to stalk me with Tracy Picos. Paul Humphrey told to stalk me. Brian Weaver told to do these fake bullyings with Ryan Hirsch and pin them on me.
Right.
Okay, so now we're getting older and older, and I can't answer the whys. We want to put you in a mental institution. I don't know. But they're definitely trying to make me look violent. And they're throwing the labels on me, which are going into the government. Kevin's a violent, paranoid schizo.
Which you are not.
Correct.
Like.
Okay, so now we turn 29, and I'm finishing this up. We turn 29. Mike Huntley, they're taking me to strip clubs. They're taking me to all these places. They're trying to flip me out.
Yeah.
Rody Morales flips me out. It's not like you killed someone, did you? Going from, who knows, 4-year friend to police officer. And he's actually working with the police.
Right.
And then Mike Huntley, I believe, at 29, they wanted to trigger me into extreme paranoia to see how I would react, like some kind of psychological...
Experiment?
No, I think a test to see if I'm... okay, we have these psychological lies. He's a violent, paranoid schizo.
Right.
So now we want to flip him out to the point where anyone's going to react, but the question is, how are you going to react? You're going to flip out and you can go get a gun and start blowing people away?
Nope.
Or are you going to flip out and do the Kevin passive thing and,
So we can
what's
say
the word,
paranoid.
recede and analyze?
Yeah.
And I chose the right decision.
You did.
Now, Mike Huntley, with a very angry voice, remember, sent after me at 14, 15 years later, you're okay. Okay, do you understand? Like, I'm profiling you.
Right.
We're profiling you for pre-crime,
We're passing this.
and we just found out you're okay.
Right.
So wait,
Doesn't happen.
time out. We just fucked up 29 years of your life and told the entire planet that this
But
guy's
you're
a crazy
okay.
man.
Calm down.
But you're okay.
Right.
Okay, now, what are you going to do? Kevin doesn't know what's going on.
Right.
Kevin's confused.
Of course you are.
What the fuck's going on? Mom, what the fuck's going on?
You're fine. You
Well,
think-
whatever happens over.
That's
Okay, but now wait. But they realize the cat's out of the bag. What are you going to do? The psychology community, the police, the government, billions of government dollars hunted and followed this guy, doing all these things, trying to get me to punch kids in high school that failed over and over in repetition. 29 years later, we've notified the entire planet,
You-
poisoning the well. How are you going to fix this?
You would think at some point they would just stop.
Correct. But now, the cat's out of the bag.
So they want to put it back in the bag?
Correct. And how do you put a cat like that back in? How do you put the lion back in the bag?
You
Right?
got to get rid of the lion.
Correct. Okay?
That's horrible.
Because what is the
Yeah.
psychology going to say? Community going to say? What are the police going to say? We stalked this person for 29 years, and we all day and night, 24/7. We did horrific, unspeakable things to him.
We were wrong.
We were wrong. We fucked up.
How do we make
And you think this guy's going to be quiet about it?
No.
Okay. So now, their thought process, I know you're waiting for, their thought process going from, oh shit, he knows,
Tell shit.
and you're okay,
Yeah.
to what do we do?
Right.
Okay, so now, the story changes. Whatever happened is over from my mother. Your past caught up with you, hinting I need to leave the country. Mike Huntley goes to, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself. We're using the system against you. Have a good life now. Singing World of Paranoid. They're going to make me paranoid and I have to take medication. I'm going to therapist, given the names given to me by my own mother, so you can imagine. And like Natalie Cross saying, you better, if you don't take your medications, you'll destroy your life, with some kind of blackmail threat.
Yeah, that's not going to make you want to take anything.
Right, and so, okay, so we're going to end this here, but to clarify or solidify my point, these are cover-up operations for what I know, for what they started for the first 29 years, and more importantly, me putting all the puzzle pieces together and figuring out all the intricate details out of the severe, unheard of abuse that they don't want me talking about.
Right.
And so even if I go to you, that's why I get death threats from people all around the city, that I'm not allowed to tell you what's going on in my life. Well, why am I not allowed to tell my therapist what's...
And they say you have to have therapy, but you can't talk. And
Correct. So
everything.
I have to do every single thing they say. I have to pretend I don't know what's going on. I have to cater who I am, even being artistic or whatever, showing I'm not who they say I am, to what they want it to be as cover-up operations, or I'm a dead man.
Right.
Okay?
So what do you...
Hence, we gotta throw Kevin in a mental institution
Right.
to lock him away for what he knows, and paying off the Dinseys to pretend that this is how things normally are.
And then whatever you say, once you're put in a mental institution or whatever, then like they don't take... You're invalidated.
Yeah, you're already... I mean, I'm already invalid, but now I'm locked in I'm locked in a room invalidated.
Then
And
nobody
that's...
will take it seriously.
Yeah.
because he has the-
Yeah, and they're gonna know the truth as well.
Yeah.
So, it's even worse to be in a cage by the very person that's people that spent 47 years to try to get you there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, we're gonna have a pissed off client. So sorry about that. So we're gonna end this here, and I hope this really gives you some insight of what's going on in my eradication, where nobody will help. And this is extremely important because the contents of what you've just heard should freak the hell out of you that nobody is safe. Not even you, your child, your friends, your family, your grandmother, your grandparents, your grandkids are not safe, and it's just going to get worse. And I am the example of what Edward Snowden came forward about, and I am living proof, 47-year living proof of what you should be running in your house right now, scared shitless about, because it is real, it is happening, it is very rare, but I am that living proof. And if there is a break in the system, if this can be done to me like something out of the movie 1984, then as technology gets better with deep learning, there's going to be larger and larger exponentially people probably just disappearing or getting locked in jail cells or mental institutions, and you're just going to say, oh, that guy was crazy, whatever. So that's it. Till next time, and we'll talk about Greg Waugh and his confessions on audio about these things that really do exist.